guys, very good morning. Okay, guys, let's have a quick ice breaking session for 5 minutes in which what you guys are required to do. Everyone is required to tell me three things about them. You can write in the chat box, you can speak up one by one. How many papers you have cleared so far? Okay, from where you are and what you are currently doing. For example, someone might be working, someone might be in the college, someone might be just have completed the college but currently focusing on ACCA, then looking for the internship or jobs, right? Just tell me this much because it helps me in knowing better my students. So let's start with Akshit. Hi Akshit, can you please introduce yourself? Or if you guys want, you can write in the chat box. Absolutely acceptable. Whosoever wants to write, please go ahead. Okay, you are from Rajasthan. I have done my college from Jaipur. Akshit. Akshit, how many papers you have cleared so far? Acha, you are currently focusing on ACCA. And how much paper you have cleared so far? Or if any one of you is an exemption student, please do tell me. Please, everyone, quickly write in the chat box so that we can start early. Right? Okay. Getting exemptions. Okay, Vinod, I got it. Very good. Janvi is a working person. Okay. Divya is also getting exemption. Akshit, this is your first paper. Definitely, then I am going to focus you on more. I've done my college from Punjab University. See, I know many of you might be non exemption student. That's why I asked you to please let me know. So whosoever is writing their first exam, I need to ensure now I am focusing you a little bit more. I am connecting with you, isn't it? It's not like it's not just my duty to teach you. It's my duty to make you pass the exam to and make sure that you understand each and everything. You are well prepared for the exam. It's just not teaching. It's include everything. Ritika is also first exam. Divya first exam. Janvi first. Manu first. Akshit first. Graduation BB and financial currently I have
Diksha,
started.
for me, it is first time like I'm getting five exemptions, and now I'm focusing on only one subject right now,
Yeah, and
which is
definitely,
financial
Abhishek, I
related.
will tell you one thing, guys. Whosoever is just starting with ACC, never go ahead with two papers as your first time. You know why? Because you are not aware what is the ACCA level. You will be having the nervousness. Everything is there. Correct. It's not always about to be in hurry. Always to do a well planning for your exam. Okay, Janani is going to get six exemptions. Okay. Rahul got five exemption. Okay. Okay, and you have cleared any level, Hardik, for CA?
No, ma'am.
Okay, no, no, it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry, we will make sure you pass ACC with flying colors. And whatever is this XP and all, na, please rename yourself. Okay, Aryan is planning to write two exam and you got the exemption. Aryan, I would tell you one thing. It's not bad to write two exams. Definitely, this is your choice. This is your career. But make sure two things as an faculty, as a having experience with the students. When students start with ACC journey, even if it's a knowledge level, I always say them write first paper first. The reasons are very clear. See, ACC is not a cheap course. Definitely, it's a little bit expensive side. Okay, paying 17, 18,000 for a single exam, it's not definitely cheap for anyone. Until and unless you are from a very rich background, right? So, and second thing is definitely if you are a full-time student, you can do. If you are a working professional, and second thing, Even if you're a full-time student, you're very dedicated towards your study. Dedication means daily ready to put 5 hours. Then go ahead with it. There is no denying it. But if you are not a very dedicated towards your study, you are a little bit an average student or a person who do a little bit, even a little bit procrastination. Plan one thing. This is for everyone. Writing two papers even after your FR. Please choose writing two papers only when either you are a full-time student, working professional can manage two papers definitely. Again, it depends upon their schedule, it depends upon their learning power. Yes, Abhishek, do you want to say something?
So Diksha, I have one more thing to say. Like one of my friend who also enrolled for this program, uh, for this batch also, is not added to any of the group, and he doesn't have any link to this class.
Please share with her the link. I will ask today with the VG learning team to make sure that this doesn't happen. Can you please share with her class link right now? She can join, right?
Okay, okay, sure.
Please share with her. If she has enrolled, definitely she should get it. So there might be some issues. I am not aware, honestly. See, definitely I'm not into operations and everything. That's why please share with the link, and I will connect with the team. So guys, I would like to tell you about something before we start with the actual studies. Definitely. First thing is that you guys know our classes are going to be on Saturday, Sunday. And why I choose morning slot instead of evening, there are two reasons. In morning, we are generally fresh. I know you guys need to wake up early, but trust me, if I will put your class na a little bit late in the morning, but at the time of finishing the class, it will be afternoon. And afternoon, everyone feels sleepy. Everyone start feeling a little bit lazy due to the weather, right? So it's better if we wake up early and we prepare we like learn the concepts in the early morning so that it remains fit in our mind. And can this Xiaomi Poco M2 Pro, can you please rename yourself? Aryan, I wake up daily at 6 a.m. in the morning and I sleep not before 12 p.m. It's fine. Even I'm a working professional. Working professional, even if it's teaching, you need to wake up early. I have also a lot of things. I also don't get to sleep till late. It's been, I think, months. Even I was talking the same thing today in the morning. The first thing my mom, when she wake up, that I don't know when I will get a day where I can sleep till late. So it's absolutely acceptable. Even when you go to if every one of us has done schooling, right? In school also we used to, I remember in my school I used to go at 7 o'clock in the morning. I used to wake up at 6. So that is fine. Getting to earn something, you need to definitely sacrifice few things, right? And definitely if any one of you is okay to please open your video, let's make this class very interactive, not just one flow. Got it? Okay, so let's start first of all. See guys, in your financial reporting, in your FR exam, I am telling to everyone, some of you have just enrolled in ACCA and everything. So it will be like how paper pattern look, how you should prepare about it. First of all, we will be talking about this before studying the actual syllabus. So please listen it very carefully. In your FR exam, you have three sections. First section is section A. In section A, you got 15 MCQ based question of 2 marks each. In section A, you get 15 MCQ of 2 marks each. Next is your section B, in which you get 3 case study having 5 MCQ each. And every MCQ will again with 2 marks each. Okay. The last section that you have in your paper is section C. You have 2 questions, 20 marks each. Out of which one is your mandatory question, that is consolidation. Out of 2 questions, for sure one question will be consolidation. Second one can be from anywhere, mix up of small topics, but out of 2, one question for sure will be consolidation. This is about your paper pattern for FR. Anybody wants to ask anything for paper pattern?
Passing marks. How much is the passing mark to clear the section or all these papers?
No. You need to get combined. From, it's not like from each section. Combine, you have to gain 50 marks in order to clear the exam.
Out of?
Minimum 50 marks.
Out of?
100. Your section A is for 30 marks. Section B is for 30 marks. And section C is for 40 marks. So this is about your sections. Okay. Now, let me tell you one thing. Okay. I personally make sure that we do at least 70% exam kit in the class. Yes, you heard me right. My batch students, I make sure, even if I teach you a little bit more, that is fine from my side. The only thing I want is each and everyone should be passed the exam. And for which what I have done, I will tell you my past experience, what I am following it, and actually I am getting a very good result. The first thing that I do is, today we are just studying theoretical topics. Okay. For today, for first class, I have kept very simple topic and they are more over the theoretical type. But then what I will do is, I will make a drive where every one of you needs to. It's compulsion for everyone to make their own folders and add 2 sheet into it. One will be your doc, one will be your Excel. And what's the benefit of adding it? We will be solving the questions in class simultaneously. Simultaneously means if I am solving na, I don't accept you to just sit and watch me. I expect you to please solve the question in the class. Because what will happen if you are solving question actually in the class na, while solving, you will face the difficulties. You can ask me what you will do when you're solving at your home. And anyway, you need to do your exam in Excel. We should know now how to solve questions in Excel and everything. Who will teach? Definitely, I will tell you how to do it. That's why this will be a compulsion for everyone. I will be making a drive, will be sharing with you today itself. Everyone needs to make their folders, add 2 files. If anybody don't know how to do it, I will show them in class itself. Is that fine with everyone?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
And one more thing, I gave homework. Homework means daily one question. Today, so definitely I cannot give because today we are not doing any numerical part. But when I start daily, I give just one question in the class, and I am a person who check it. I don't care if it's 40 students in a class. I make sure I check it. Yes. So, and trust me, if you want to pass the exam, follow me in the class. I can give you a guarantee you will pass the your exam with flying colors. The only thing that you need to is make sure you're not missing your class, even if it's waking up early. Okay. And second thing, please solve question with me in the class. Don't sit idle in the class. Or don't think like it's just your fight, it's my fight as well. We need to clear the exam. Yes, Vandana. How you will be studying, and anyway, you need to appear for exam on a CB platform. Correct. So, okay, let me tell you one thing. Many of you are just in college. Some of you might be okay with it. I'm not saying this is applicable on everyone, but this might be situation with 50% of you, and which might not be comfortable to share with me. I accept. Okay. See what happens when I started my ACC journey. I will give you my personal example. I was in college. I am not an exemption student. I appeared for all the exams. So what happened at that time? I was not habitual of using the laptop and solving the question on Excel. I used to feel too irritated. But trust me, if you will not try now, na, from today itself, you will not be able to solve question in Excel in your exams. Ultimately, ultimately, you have to clear the exam. You have to write your own exam. I can just teach you how to solve question on Excel. Doc is just about typing, and definitely everyone needs to work on their typing speed. Whosoever is slow here, that no one can teach. That you need to teach yourself to. Okay, Ritika has a question. How many hours we need to study to pass this exam? Ritika, other than weekend classes, you need to put 2 hours to 2.5 hours daily. It depends upon your capability. Capability means some students are very fast learner, quick learner. For them, 2 hours is more than enough. For some are slow learner. For them, 2.5, or some are persons who take a time to little understand. Definitely, they need to keep more hours. It depends upon students to student capacity, but for 2 hours, that is for sure. Because this is a not theoretical paper, this is a numerical paper. You need to know how to solve the question. What it? Okay. Now let me tell you a few more things about it before we proceed. You have your exam kit Kaplan, other than your VG learning book. You have one more book, that is Kaplan exam kit. I expect you to solve that as well. What I mean by as well is, under the book, you will be having three sections: section A, section B, and section C. Section C for now we cannot solve because section C is mix up of every topic. For that, I need to teach you the topics. Definitely, I need to taught you what is in which topic. I need to teach you. Section A and B, we will solve simultaneously as we are proceeding with the syllabus. Once we are done with the enough topics that I can start solving section C, we will start with that as well. And like I promised with you guys, I will make sure that we solve at least 70 to 80% questions in the class. So no, and so I just want you guys to make sure in the class, I will just create a drive link today and I will give you guys that. Make sure to create your folders, because see what happens now. I myself make sure I am creating a progress sheet of my students. Progress sheet means what? I just don't believe in just teaching. I believe in yielding the result. For that, I need to ensure which student is my behind and which student is doing great, so that I can definitely keep a track on you, isn't it? Okay, so someone has said down. Ma'am, actually, I'm not using of habitual. Actually, ma'am, I'm not habitual of using laptop. So can I solve questions at Excel? That will be difficult. No, Praveen, that will not be difficult for you. Definitely, I will tell you how to do it. I will tell you how to put. Varsha, it's up to you which one you follow. I personally love Kaplan. I teach with that, so that is my a little bit preference. When I was doing ACCA, I preferred Kaplan, and still I prefer Kaplan. So that is my, you can say, biasness or whatever you can say. But I prefer Kaplan, but BP is also very. But what I do is, when we do your revision, don't worry, you will get everything, guys. Wait, I will, when I will create the drive now, there I will put. Is that fine? Is that fine? I will put there. I will create today itself. This not like that I will do tomorrow. No, I will do today itself, because tomorrow when I teach you IFRS 15, IFRS 16, so I can make you guys solve question in the class. That's my ultimate goal. Not just to teach you, to make sure you are learning it. So never ever, if anyone of you don't know even using Excel now, never ever hesitate to ask me a question. If you have hesitation in speaking up in the class, give a direct message to me in the Zoom. I will not name yourself. I will just tell you how to do it. Never ever hesitate with me. Aryan, for that, see, I would tell you one thing, guys. If you are not getting books or you are not added somewhere, for that you need to connect with the team, because I am not into these things, and my work is to make sure my students pass. I teach you well. Okay. For that, please connect with your coordinator. I request you guys. Yes, MS. See, that's why I asked you, Nakshit. That why I asked you to that in your drive you need to have two sheets, docs and Excel, because in exam you will be asked to use these two sheets. That's why I asked you to create two sheets so that I can make you prepare for the exam from the first day. And let me tell you one thing, if someone is like, no, I will solve the question in copies, like paper and pen, and now exam is 3 months far, right? And I will start practicing before exam on Excel. Trust me, you will not be able to do it. So from the very first day, I will not accept anyone doing if I am asking in the class what you are doing, and you are saying I'm solving question in the paper. Trust me, I will not accept from
Deepshika,
anyone.
maybe I missed out the earlier one. Can you please explain me when the exam windows are opening? What is the time? What is the period for them, and how often we can appear for that?
Correct. I will tell you just now. Please ask me. That's why I've keep these 30 minutes for ice breaking session today. The first thing is your exams happen, ACC exam happens in every quarter. That is March, June, September, December. There is no limit for appearing any exam, but definitely, you know, na? Okay, and your exam, you will be registering for the September exam. Your window will be closed by August. I am not aware. I don't know actual date. That is, I think August 27 or last August 31st. In between, it will be. You can pay your exam fees by August. No, sorry, not August. Sorry, July. So sorry. By July, you will be required to pay your exam fees by 21st to 31st July maximum. 27. Okay. Let me check and tell you what is the last date. Just allow me a second. Because every time they are making ACC is making changes, a lot of changes. But that is, I will tell you otherwise tomorrow. But that will be between maximum, minimum it will be 27 July for sure, and maximum it will be 31st July. Let me tell you one more thing. Many of you might be aware that you can write exam remotely, means comfort of your home, from your home. And second is from centers. Many of you might be from a small cities where centers are not present, like I am. Correct? So what you can do, definitely you can opt for a remote exam, but let me tell you the drawback of remote exam. This has happened with me as well. When I was writing my professional level triple exam, there was a technical glitch. I couldn't appear for my exam, and 3 months of my hard work was wasted because I need to wait for 3 more months to write my exam. Correct? In remote, that is the only drawback. Otherwise, for remote exam, you need to have a 14-inch laptop. When you are writing your exam, you need to have a quiet environment. Quiet environment means now many of our homes are very noisy. We are Indian families, right? So make sure no one is shouting at your home. There is a very quiet environment. Second thing, in whichever screen you are writing, in whichever room you are writing the exam, make sure you have locked the room. On every windows and doors there are curtains. And one thing that is, if you're writing exam and someone entered your in your room even by mistake, ACCA debarred you for writing the exam in the future. Yes, they debarred you permanently for writing any exam in the future. You need to make sure when you're writing the exam, you have locked the room very carefully. Second thing, when you're writing exam, like I am talking with you, I'm looking straight into the screen. If I am looking like this, I am looking like this, I am turning back. They will debar your exam. You need to ensure you are looking completely to your screen. Second thing is, when you sit for your exam on your table, you cannot write sitting on your bed. You need to make sure you are writing exam over a table and chair, because they check your room. In your room, there should not be even calendar, no papers and everything on wall. They check even your table. That's the thing. And how will they check is, they will ask you to rotate the laptop. They will ask you to click the pictures and share with them. There is an app over there. Second thing, what happens when you're sitting? You need to have a white transparent bottle without any chit over it. That's the thing. And but you cannot have paper and pen when you write remote exam. But when you go to write exam in the center, they give you paper, they give you pen, they give you their water bottles, packed water bottles, Bisleri and everything. It's not like they will give you water in glass or something. They give you packed bottles, small bottles. They keep on your table 2, 3 bottles. And if you need more, you can raise your hand, they can give you. So that is the thing about remote and center. If anybody wants to ask me that if any more doubt in remote or center, I am open for it.
Additional screen to the laptop is allowed?
No, physical calculator is not allowed in remote exam.
No, you didn't get it. I mean to say the additional screen. The additional screen for a big laptop, big screen for the laptop, basically, I'm using it. Is that be allowed? Or only
No.
direct laptop is only allowed?
That though I'm not aware on. I will be very honest, but I would say as far as I know, they only allow it laptop. That is 14 inches, or you can use big screen. Definitely, that is I think 90% is might be allowed, but I am not very sure about it. I cannot give you a fixed answer, but I can tell you one thing. When I wrote my exam, I have written in centers. I have written Jaipur because I tell you just right now, guys, that I have done my college from Jaipur, Rajasthan. So there, in their Mansarovar center, I am not talking about their Jagatpura center. They have two centers in Jaipur. So they have a very big screen. Trust me, very big screen, very comfortable. That center was too good. Definitely, it's depend upon center to center as well. In some centers, I have heard it from my students that those centers are worse. Their laptops don't, their keypads don't work very good. So that is also a thing. Center also need to be a very good. Got it? But I will tell you, if someone of you have, and please make sure if someone of you is planning to write exam remotely, don't ever try to cheat. Even if you try now, they will debar you from the exam. They will give you nullified result. Nullified means they have declared you that you have cheat in the exam. They have very high software. Okay, and some of my students has got this thing. That's why I know when they send me the screenshot of their result nullified, they ask me, ma'am, what is this? I clearly say this that you either there is some plagiarism issue or there is some issues. A student try to become very smart or smart, don't even try for it. And when you're going for your exam, even if it's for your home at your remote, you need to have make sure when you're sitting for your exam you have your id means it can be Aadhaar card, PAN card, passport, anything. And when going to write exam in the center, you need to carry your id card plus exam docket you need to download from your ACCA account. Clear? Anything anybody want to ask me? Any specific question that you have before I proceed? I need to mention few more points.
Exam hours, how many time? How many hours are there for the exam?
3 hours 15 minutes. Mansarovar center is more good because I have written in both centers. I have given my exams in Jaipur. If someone is planning to Jaipur, I have just given exams in Jaipur center. Akshat, I have given in Jagatpura as well as Mansarovar. Mansarovar one is very good. Trust me, the people are very, very good. They respect you a lot. They told you, ma'am, sir, they will, matlab, very good facility. Matlab, I was very impressed the way they treat you, the way their laptop size and everything. 4.5 hours, Mohammed, every lecture will be, but that will be in between, there will be 30 minutes break. Definitely, there will be a break as well.
Deeksha, can you repeat the examination paper pattern once again?
Yeah, sure, I can tell you once more. See, in your exam, you will be having three sections. Section A will have 15 MCQ of 2 marks each. Means total section constitute of 30 marks. Section B will have 3 case study. When I say case study, what I mean is they will give you some like half page paragraph or something. Then they will give you 5 MCQ. Every MCQ will be of 2 marks only. And you need to select right option. Got it? And in FR, it's not like you will get MCQ just theoretical, there will be numerical as. That's why this is a numerical paper. Got it? Generally, the percentage of numerical and theoretical in the exam is 60 to 65% is numerical. and the remaining 40 to 35% will be your theory paper. So we need to focus on both. I cannot say just focus on theory or just focus on numerical. We need to pass the exam. Clear? Exam level is moderate, neither too high nor too easy.
Thanks, Diksha.
Why you have to arrange books? Can I know? You will get books from VG Learning. Why you need to buy it, Sameer? You know, I have never purchased any physical book from anywhere. What I do is, let me tell you. I told you guys I will create a drive and I will share with you link in just few minutes only. Don't worry. Right. I told you I will put their FR exam kit for you guys. You have this book might be shared with your VG Learning. This PDF will be uploaded on your VG Learning portal. Okay, this book that I'm going to use in the class to teach you. Questions will be from this book as well as from your exam kit because I prefer more questions, not less. I prefer solving a lot of questions in the class, not just 4 questions of each topic. That's why I will pick from Kaplan those questions that I told you that I will put that book on your drive, which everyone can access to it. Correct. Now, what's the need of purchasing it? You start practicing of studying your opening your PDF in the laptop and start learning how to read from laptop. Why need to purchase? Why do you need to purchase hard copy? You know, each hard copy costs somewhere around 4 to 5K.
Hello.
And if you need hard copy, make a printout over it. So have a printout over it, na, rather than buying for 4 to 5K. You know, your Kaplan books are very costly.
Hello.
Way costly. So it's better to have a printout. Let me tell you, if someone is planning, please have a printout. I used to have a printout because for theory subjects, I took a printout of my books. So what I used to do is rather than buying for 7, 8K each subject book, I used to have a printout that used to cost me 6, 700 maximum for every subject. Spending 7, 8K and spending 700, which is better, definitely. Cheaper one. Got it? Huh, that's fine. You study from BPP. Okay, you guys have BPP book. Otherwise, I will follow BPP questions. Let me tell you one thing. Let me tell you one thing. I will give you. Okay, so we will start. We will study with BPP then. Leave it. Kaplan. Don't buy it. Let me tell you one thing. I hate. See, I will give you one real life example. Okay, so when I was in college, me and my roommate, we both were doing the ACCA. I used to just follow one book that was Kaplan. She used to study Kaplan, she used to study BPP, and I don't know from where she used to get a lot of notes. You know what happened? She is not able to clear her exam till now. And the reason is not about she's not good in studies. The reason is quantity over quality. I believe in quality over quantity. I told you I will make sure you guys solve enough question. Now, if you wanted to solve question from BPP as well, from Kaplan as well, and you will start picking up questions from here and there as well. Trust me, you will feel like, oh my god, I need to study this much, and you will not put the quality. We will follow BPP exam kit. Leave it. I have both. I will follow BPP. And you know your 50% questions are same in each other, 50 to 60%. And you know one more thing, just the digit are exchange, otherwise the concept is same, everything is same. It's not like your every book will have a different concept. No, they have different same topics, everything is same. Which one you want, Sameer?
Diksha, I guess, I mean, like from VJ, we are receiving only Kaplan kit, so I guess it would be better for all of us to follow Kaplan only, so that it will be easy for you and as well as us.
Okay, let's do one thing. Let's do a poll because I am okay with whatever you guys say. Because let me tell you one thing. I am putting this 1 hour just to discuss everything with you. I will not do this on a daily basis. We will not be able to complete the syllabus on time. I need to do revision as well, and there will be test series as well, mock as well, option in mid as well, and later as well. And you know when I prepare question paper that is little bit hard, let me tell you. Yes, Mayank.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, uh, I I got BPP books and they provided me soft copy
Let
and
me
hard copy
create a
both.
poll for you. I am creating just now a poll. Okay. I know I'm creating a poll. You guys can vote, and whichever will be having the majority. We will go ahead with that. I am
So
just
Diksha,
creating.
what if we didn't receive any of those, whether it is Kaplan or the other, because we didn't receive, some of us, we didn't receive the books yet.
See, I will tell you one thing. I told you guys, I am not from an operations team. I'm not aware about anything.
Yeah,
Trust me.
that's
Huh.
yeah,
Okay, and you
I
will
can
receive the
understand,
books.
but
You
the
might
thing
there might be
you asked
something.
about the
Please check from
voting.
your coordinators. I am not aware, honestly. If you will ask me now, I myself will say I am not aware. I am not aware. You ask your coordinators. They will guide you better than me. Okay. I'm just
Yeah,
creating a
that's
poll.
all right. But you asked us to vote, so that's why I'm asking.
So
No, no,
Diksha,
definitely. I am saying, see, I
yeah.
will tell you guys why I told about Kaplan over BPP. Kaplan has a little bit easy language. Well, you study from it the topic and everything. And from questions perspective, both books are very good. Guys, can you see the poll on the screen or you're unable to see?
Not
No,
able to
not
see.
on this.
Not
Okay,
able
let
to
me
see.
see what happens. I created a poll. I don't know what is happening in this. Hmm. Okay, there is some issues. I don't know what is happening. Definitely, I need to see. Otherwise, you can do just one thing. Quickly write Kaplan or BPP in the chat box. I will count, and whichever is having the maximum vote, I will go ahead with it. I am talking about questions because for the theory, I will use VG Learning PDF only. They have a very crisp notes, and this is very good. We will for topics, we will definitely following the VG Learning. For questions, we will be following VG Learning plus some extra questions, some extra because ultimate goal is to clear the exam, not just to study. I'm counting. Mayank, yesterday it was written in the in the group that your VG Learning this book will be uploaded on the portal. They don't provide it. Okay. Plan, repeater, 13, chart, 11. 11 is having car plan. I haven't heard from BP. And whosoever is writing now, I prefer any book. You can see preferences and whichever you don't get it, I am telling you guys. I will upload the books on the portal. You can take a printout over it. Got it. And it will cost you hardly 300-400. Correct. And be at your comfort zone. Vinod, I would say both the books are good, but when you say about studying the topic, please follow your VG learning. This is more good rather than your Kaplan and your BPP. They have a very good concepts and everything. And coming towards your exam kit, definitely you need to solve exam kit in order to pass the exam. I am saying both have same level of question, In fact, almost 40-50% questions are same. It's just that uh, BPP is having, you can say BPP is more advanced, Kaplan is moderate, but from the exam point of view, both is a very good book. We cannot follow both, we need to follow one. Half of you got Kaplan, half of you got BPP, so I myself is confused which one to follow. Okay, so I have almost 14-15 votes for BPP. 5-10 persons are saying I am neutral, and later are from Kaplan. So, sorry, Kaplan and BPP almost same. Again, I am confused. I don't know which one to follow.
Diksha, you can try this. I mean, like, just get a confirmation from your operations team that which book has been delivered from your end. So accordingly, you can take a call. So that will be easy for you.
Yeah, correct. I will do that. I will do that
Yeah.
because anyways from tomorrow we will start solving it. And today I will anyways make your drive and I will upload the book over it.
Hmm.
Got it? And whichever don't have, please make a printout of it or study from your laptop itself. Is that fine?
Yes, Diksha.
Okay. That is fine, na? Acceptable, na? Now let me tell you one thing. I need to
Madam, if
discuss few more
possible,
points.
then
Now see,
try BPC.
your classes are happening on Saturday and Sunday, right? Now, for example, on Sunday night you guys are studying. Timing will be 7 to 11:30 because 30 minutes will be break in between. Got it? That's why it's actual teaching will be 4 hours. 30 minutes I will give you break. I will not make you guys teach for 4.5 hours. We need to have a break. Okay, now please listen to me very carefully. Let's suppose on Sunday night you are studying and you have a doubt. Please feel free to message me because see, if on Sunday you have a doubt and you plan on asking on Saturday class, almost 5 days later, and for 5 days you have a doubt in your mind, that is not a good thing. Please make sure if you have on Sunday any doubts, WhatsApp me your query. Okay, what will happen? Let me tell you, I am always available on WhatsApp. My even now my WhatsApp is on in my laptop. It remains on. If I am taking a class, I might reply you late. Maximum what I do is whenever I am free or working on anything, if I got any student's query, I try to resolve it immediately so that their time is not getting lost. Okay, I respect your time a lot because you definitely many of your college, many of your working professional, you have your time respect and everything. I prefer if you are having something like that, please feel free to message me anytime. Let's suppose you have messaged me 2 a.m. in the night. So definitely I will reply in the morning. If you have messaged me, I'm free. I will reply it immediately. That's my habit. If the worst case scenario will be what? I am taking a class. So I might reply you 3 hours or maximum 4 hours later. That and waiting for 3 to 4 hours rather than waiting for 5 days, it's better now. My number is in the group as well. I am added. Let me give you still my number. 7060396363. This is my WhatsApp number. I am already added in the group. Still, you guys can have my number, whosoever is unable to find it. Got it? Because you yourself imagine having a query on Sunday and asking in Saturday, 5 days wait. No way. It's better you ask me, isn't it? And let me tell you one more thing I want to say. When we will be doing the question in the Excel, many of you are not comfortable with it for now. Even if you want to ask me how I have used the formula, any simpler formula I have done plus minus, never hesitate to ask. There is no point of having a class, having a live class when you cannot even interact with your teacher. Got it? Anything anybody want to discuss before I start teaching you actual topics?
Hello.
Yes, Mayank.
Ma'am, in which sequence we are starting study? Like as per book from first or
Mayank,
like
either you need to speak up a little bit loud or you need to write in the chat box. And trust me, guys, I am down with fever. My voice is better than yours. You need to have pick up the pace. See, the notes I will be writing on the screen to explain you in the class that will be delivered to you immediately after your class within an hour. Whatever I am writing on a screen, making diagrams, because I prefer making images to explain you rather than teaching in a boring method. I come up with examples, real life scenarios. Yeah, I can understand many of you might, oh, you are in London. Also, that will be very early morning in London. Definitely, it's we are 4.5 hour ahead. So I'm so sorry for that, Mayank. No, Mayank, that is not possible. Sorry, no, Divya, that is not possible.
Uh, Deeksha, in the section C, if I'm not wrong, we have two questions. One is short from consolidation, and another question will be from the minute or else a different topics are combined of that, right?
Correct, I have told the same thing.
Okay, okay. I'm like just confirming it.
No, 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 that is, you are absolutely correct.
Okay.
Prithvi, let me tell you one thing. No one asks you your marks, how much marks you have scored in ACCA. People ask me because I am a teacher. Correct. Students ask me, ma'am, how much you have scored and everything. That matters. But otherwise, no one will ask you even when you go for a job. Okay. No one is going to ask how much you have scored. So, but definitely don't, and let me tell you one thing. Don't put a mentality in your that I need to score just 50. If you're planning for 50, now you will not be able to clear the exam. At least plan for 80 marks. Then you will be able to clear the exam. Don't have a mentality of 50. I'm telling with everyone here.
Hi, Diksha. Manisha this side. I just wanted to confirm we don't use calculator in remote exams, right?
Correct.
All
But
right.
you have a calculator over there on a screen like this. There will be a tab where a calculator,
Mhm.
let me tell you, in your there is a CB platform. I will open CB platform, but later on in the class, not today, where you have a calculator option above, or you will be having a Excel. In Excel, you can do the calculations. No,
Okay, got it.
that will
Thanks.
also be easy. Got it. Non-scientific calculators are allowed. Okay. Now see, I'm just starting teaching you in next 5 minutes. I'm just summing up whatever we have discussed. We have discussed that in your paper pattern you have three things, that is section A, section B, section C. In section A you have 2 marks, 15 question. In section B you get three case study. In each case study there will be five MCQ of 2 marks each. Then you have section C where you get two question. One will be 100% consolidation. One can be mix up of every topic, small topics. Now next you can definitely write either remote or center based exam, completely your decision. But if someone asks me what I prefer center exam over remote exam because you get a exam environment. Second thing is, when you go on a center na, you can interact with other students as well. That is a networking opportunity as well. So many things happen. There is a no risk of technical glitch. Now see, let's discuss your syllabus as well, first of all. What is happening on that? Just a second, guys. There is some issue with this PDF. I don't know. Today, we will cover these three topics. Very theoretical topic, too easy to cover. Don't think that we are covering three chapters. Trust me, these are very, very basic topics, very basic things, which we can easily cover. This is purely theoretical, having no numerical portion or anything. But tomorrow, we will at least cover accounting policy, IFRS 6. This is VG Learning. Yes, this is VG Learning book, Kanika. No, this is not full. This is not full. It's have more paper. I don't know why it's not loading. This book is having certain issues and I am facing. You don't have just 12 chapters, you have 27. And these are not chapters. They have created book in a form of PDF. These are not chapters. They have created book in a form of PDF. Got it? These are not chapters. They have created in 27 topics in a form of PDF. Clear? And we will follow this only on the first number, that is IFRS, International Financial Reporting Standard. First of all, we will study this chapter. Then we will talk about conceptual framework. Then we will talk about IAS 1. Then accounting policy. In the same manner, we will study in the class. Got it? Muhammad Umair, if you have read yesterday's message that Sandeep put in the group, that was that I have shared with you guys tomorrow's class note, that is for today's class, and the book will be available on VG Learning portal. Please check your WhatsApp group. Got it? Yes, Akshit, I can repeat. Uh, the thing is that yesterday this PDF that is shared with you by Sandeep, that is just for 27 pages. There are two reasons behind it. The first one, he clearly mentioned. I think many of you have joined late. I know, I myself checked it. So what he mentioned that this is for today's class. That is today. Maximum topic will be covered. He has shared. He asked me how much I will cover. I told him to share a little bit extra notes, not less, so that you don't face the issues. And he mentioned very clearly that you will have a full PDF over your VG Learning portal. Richa, you are not added in WhatsApp group. I think someone has shared with the link in the class. I asked, right? You are the same student. Richa, are you the same one? If that is the case, so please do one thing. Today, connect with the coordinator, okay? And ask him to add you in the group. Clear? Is that clear? Okay. Now, coming to the next thing, I have already mentioned. Please feel free to message me whenever you are studying, even if you're stuck in a small calculation. Please do message me. I am a person who reply immediately. The worst case scenario can be two. One, if you're messaging me in at 2 a.m. in the night, definitely I will be sleeping. That I cannot reply. Right. The next case can be I am taking a class. Maximum my class are over weekdays. Weekends are late classes over late hours, but over weekdays it will be maximum 3 hours. Or worst case scenario will be 4 hours to reply. Waiting for 5 days and 4 hours is more better, right? So that's why I have mentioned, don't never wait for your doubts. always immediately reply to. My phone number is in the WhatsApp group as well. I have given you guys, that is 7060396363. Okay. Okay. We will follow the same thing. Now, how we are going to study about, like I clearly mentioned, there will be a drive where you need to have two files. One will be your doc, one will be your Excel. And the reason is very, very clear why these two files will be there. Because you're in exam, you get two sheets to solve the question. One is doc, one is your Excel. And if we are practicing from the day one in those sheets, then then that will be great, right? And the next thing will be how we are going to study. These topics are theoretical. You don't have much questions over it. But I am not a admin in the group so that I can add anyone of. Next thing will be when we will start with these topics having numericals. For example, tomorrow I taught you IFRS 15 first of all. We will solve first of all IFRS 15 questions before going ahead on the next topic. Simultaneously questions, simultaneously understanding the topic so that we have a broader understanding. Clear? Okay, now I am asking you one last question that I have. Like I mentioned, there will be 30 minutes break. Either we can have 30 minutes break together or we can break it into two parts of 15 minutes break too. What you guys will prefer? I am okay with both. Because anyways, when I am teaching you guys, it's not like I am going in 30 minutes break. I will be going and eating something or going or anything. No, the worst case scenario will be I will be using the washroom. Otherwise, I will be sitting here on. Okay. Others, can you please write? See, let me tell you, if in both the scenarios, what I will do. Yes, you have only classes in weekends. That's why late so many hours now on weekends. Samir, we cannot do 10, 10, 10. That will be way, way, way bad. First of all, before choosing anything, let me tell you one thing. If you go ahead with 30 minutes break, that because I will give you break according to my experience. What I will do, I have seen after break now, many of you to left the class. I don't know why. Okay, if I will be giving you 30 minutes break, that will be at 9:30 after taking 2.5 hour class, because in starting everyone is fresh, everyone can grasp the concept. Then I will give you 30 minutes break. If you ask for 15 minutes break, one will be after 2 hours, not before that. Clear? Then another one will be after 1.5 hour. This will be my criteria of given breaks. Half of you have told me 30 minutes, half of you have again told me 15 minutes. What should I do into this? Again 30 minutes, 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 15 minutes.
So I mean, like we'll do it at for today. You give a 30-minute break, and tomorrow you give a 15-minute break. So we'll see which is viable, and accordingly, from next classes we'll follow that.
Yeah, that is more fine. And today even I would prefer 30 minutes break. Okay,
We are
together.
happy to go with your
And
own time.
anyways, from 1 hour, we are not studying anything. You are just listening to me or your instructions from last 1 hour. I'm not teaching you anything. Right. Okay. Let's do that is a better thing. Today, let's take 30 minutes break. Tomorrow, we will do 50. Divya, I am telling you that for 1 hour, we are starting with it. This is the last thing that we are discussing. That either you need 30 minutes together break or 15 minutes to split. So what we are doing today, we will take 30 minutes all together break. Tomorrow we will do a split of 15 minutes break. And tomorrow at the end of the class, we will do a poll, whichever will be having the maximum vote. We will go ahead with it. Whichever you, let's try both, right? Got it? Now let's start studying. One thing very clearly, if you have any doubts, please make sure you are interrupting me then and there, either in the chat box or you are feel free to unmute. Okay, Akshata has a very good doubt. Ma'am, why half chapter has written IFRS and half IAS? FR is all about studying international financial reporting standards and international accounting standard. That is a mix of both. I will tell you just now what is the difference between IFRS, IAS. That is the first chapter we are studying. Let's start with that. Let me have just water. Allow me a second. Then we are starting. Just 2 minutes. Allow me. I'm just having water. Then we are starting. Okay, so let's start. The first thing that you have is IFRS. Okay. IFRS, I will tell you the difference later on. First of all, let me tell you what is GAAP. GAAP full form is generally accepted accounting principle. Now, what is this generally accepted accounting principle? Now, you know one thing. You have in your 11th standards, at least you guys have studied about consistency principle. You have depreciation, have two methods. Why these things are created? So that there can be you can talk about there can be a consistency, there can be a comparable source for different organization within an industry. Yes or no? If there is no rules and regulations on how to prepare a accounts and everything, what will happen? Every company will try to show their performance a little bit better. Why they will try to show their performance better? Because that will attract the investors. Correct. So what is GAAP? GAAP means generally accounting, accepted accounting principles, which are your accounting standards and procedures that a company should follow while preparing the financial statements. What is financial statements? Your balance sheet, your profit and loss account, your comprehensive income account. Got it? Your trial balance. So what should they follow? That what your GAAP guide you. Why there is GAAP? GAAP is there so that they can ensure there is transparency, there is consistency, and there is comparability across different companies within our industry. Let's take an example now. Okay, let's start studying. I am teaching you the first topic, that is GAAP. What is the full form?
Generally accepted accounting principles.
In
Yes, very good. Now see what happens. These are the principles that guide any company how to prepare financial statement. Financial statement means your P&L, your balance sheet, etc. Your statement of cash flows, different things. Clear? Now, just imagine now a scenario. Okay, let's say there is any country. Let's assume there is any country ABC which don't have any principles or they don't have any values on how to prepare accounts. Now imagine under which there are companies A, there are company B, like this, there are different companies. Let's suppose these companies are based out of automobiles. Now, if I ask you, can you prepare a report for me where you can compare the performance of these three different companies, what will be your answer? No. Why? because they haven't followed a set of principles. Set of principles means, let's suppose A, you don't know what A have done, you don't know what B have done, you don't know what C has done. If you know counting principles like your IFRS 15, IFRS 16, you can definitely assist over it now, what company has done. Then only you can prepare a report. In a imaginary situation, if you imagine a situation where you don't know which company is following what, which company is doing what, you cannot prepare a report for me. Yes, uniformity and interference of government will not accept. Very good action. That will be a thing. So, generally accepted principles, that is your gap, helps you in three things. One is transparency, consistency. Anyone has doubt, will get to know about the company position. Definitely, that is the thing. Yes, comparability. That will be another thing. Very good. And comparability. So this is what your gap plays a role. Gap is nothing but your accounting principles. Gap full form is generally accepted accounting principles. Now you might have read about one thing, what is prudence, right? What is matching principle, right? So these are what? These are accounting principles now that you follow. Correct? Got it? Any doubts still here before I explain you a little bit in depth what is more gap? Now, there are two types of gap. One is gap UK and another one is gap USA. Which country wants to follow which gap? It definitely depends upon country to country. There is no as such issues with anything that any country can follow. That definitely depends upon country to country. Now, let me tell you one thing. You guys know, okay, in your chartered accountancy syllabus, why I know this? Because my brother is a chartered accountant. That's why I know. You know, in chartered accountancy and in ACCA, ultimately tell me one thing. Can your asset meaning, can your liability meaning can change? That is going to remain same, yes or no? Yes or no?
Yes.
Definitely, na?
Yes,
So,
ma'am.
in the same scenario, mostly, only the numbers that one thing might say Indians 15, we say it IFRS 15, or the number can be changed. Otherwise, ultimately, 60-70% things are same. Almost 80-90%. I was even shocked when I got to know this. Everything is same. It just they have interchanged the name. There are certain amendments. Otherwise, most of the things are same only. Got it? So there is nothing as such like, let me tell you. In what happens, I told you guys I'm USCMA qualified as well. So what happens, I will tell you one thing. In USCMA course syllabus, for depreciation thing, in a straight line, you don't deduct scrap value that you do in your IFRS syllabus. Like this, small changes are there. Otherwise, syllabus remains same. Ultimately, the meaning, the way companies prepare account, most of the times remains same. Got it? Clear what is gap?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Now, what are your sources of gap? Let's talk about it. There are two sources. One is regulatory framework. Okay. One is your regulatory framework. Another one is your other sources. Before that, let me explain you what is regulatory framework. Regulatory framework is nothing that acts as a backbone of your generally accepted accounting principle, and that has certain rules and regulations that any company or any every company must follow whenever they are preparing the financial statements. For example, let's suppose you know one thing, that every country has certain laws and regulation for their own taxation and everything. Correct? Every company has a different taxation policy. Right. So what happens when I say generally regulatory framework, what I mean is first of all, that regulatory framework act as a backbone for your generally accounting accepted accounting principle. Next thing, definitely they have a certain rules and regulation that every company needs to follow. The next thing is that every company has their own companies act, right? Which has certain rules and regulations that every company needs to follow. So what happened by having a regulatory body? These standards provide you in detail how to do a accounting treatment. For example, you know, let's talk about I told you to do a taxation one accounting treatment. Now you are following, let's suppose your UK gap, okay, and you did taxation according to it. But definitely, while you are selecting the taxation slab, while you are doing other things, you need to follow your country regulatory framework or UK regulatory framework. Your country ultimately, which tax slab you're going to use and everything. So this is what is the role of regulatory framework. Nothing. You just remember this much, that regulatory framework act as a backbone which has certain rules and regulations that every company needs to follow whenever they are preparing the financial statement. That's it. You need to know. Clear? Any doubts?
Ma'am, it is a backbone, and ma'am, what you said, ma'am?
Let me tell you one thing. Don't try to learn anything. Just try to understand more. Ritika, the thing is that I cannot mix and Hindi and English together. We have certain students from South in the class, okay? And many of the students are not comfortable with Hindi. I know that was already informed to me to make sure that the classes are conducted entirely in English due to these things. We have UAE students as well. Got it? But if you will be asking me any doubts over the WhatsApp, definitely at that time, if someone is comfortable with Hindi, and I can mix up. I know only two languages, English and Hindi. Don't come with me for any thought. Clear? At that time, definitely for solving your doubts, I can use Hindi. But for now, I am really so sorry for it. Okay. Any doubts still here?
No.
Okay. Under regulatory framework, you have two things. One is Companies Act. Another one is your accounting standards. Okay. Now, let me tell you one thing. You know, every country has their own companies. Like yes or no? Let's tell me one thing. If you are based out of, let's suppose, Singapore, can you follow Indian Companies Act? No, you need to follow that companies. Correct. That's why there is a need of regulatory framework which can guide you in these scenarios how you can do accounting treatment. Clear?
Okay.
Next thing is accounting standards. What is this accounting standards? Accounting standards like IFRS standards, IS standards, this help you on how to do accounting treatment. For example, let's suppose you have IFRS 15, that is revenue. That will help you in knowing how to do the revenue calculation, how to record revenue in your books of account. I will not talk about accounting standards in detail because we will be studying accounting standards starting from tomorrow on a daily basis. Got my point? Any doubts with regulatory framework?
No, ma'am.
Okay. The next thing that you have is other sources. Okay. Now, in other sources, what is the thing? The first thing that you have is best practices. Practices means accounting methods that any company is preparing or adopting. That should be the best. Best means they are providing in in your financial statements a consistency. Okay. The first thing is, okay, now let's take an example. Akshit is having a company. Okay, let's suppose Akshit is having a very good startup. He has a private limited company. What Akshit is doing? Okay, Akshit is in year one. Akshit followed straight line depreciation method. Everyone know what is a straight line depreciation method? Even if you
Yes,
don't know,
ma'am.
I will tell you when we are doing questions. And in year two, he decided, let me opt for written down balance method, or you can say reducing balance method, whichever you wanted to say. He decided in year two, I will follow. In year three, he comes again straight line. What you will be? Can you interpret Akshit financial statements? Can you do that?
Ma'am, it has done because of taxation policy to save the tax.
Definitely. But you know, this is not acceptable by your company side. Even if
It
Akshit
just
is trying
depicts
to do
the
this for saving the
inconsistency in
taxes and
the
everything, that will not be acceptable.
ma'am. This shows the inconsistency in the accounting
Yeah,
method
that will be
followed.
inconsistency. That is not following your best practices. That is not preparing your financial statements in the best practices. Na? And also, you know, one thing, you will study this in your tax chapter. I am not telling you now these things. Otherwise, so many things will be mixed up. In your tax chapter, you will study that even if company is following a straight line and any tax authority feels that you should follow written down value method, they don't care in whichever method you have prepared the financial statements. They will calculate your tax according. We will study this. This is known as deferred. We will study this later on, not today. Clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Any doubts for now?
No.
So, best practices means nothing. Best practices means that accounting methods that any company is adopting, that should have a rules that they are following, that they are not making their financial statements in a consistency and quality form. Best practices means financial statements are prepared in quality manner along with. Yes, Akshit, please go ahead with your doubt.
Ma'am, so suppose, ma'am, the owner of the company or some means some head changes, so they will change the thing that they will change the depreciation practices. Or suppose, ma'am, if company followed this till 10 year, that SLM has apply at 10 year, and after that they will apply WDV for 5 to 6 year, and then after that it is there. Means consistency is there, but in the short term, it is not a long term consistency is
I
there.
will tell you one thing. Even if this thing is any company is failing, let's suppose, I will give you guys a scenario. This example I was going to use tomorrow for the accounting policies chapter, but I am okay to give it today as well. Let's suppose, let's suppose, Akshay, you have a company, you are following straight line method for next 4 years, and after 4 years you realized that your account should be prepared according to written down value measures. What you need to do is you need to show every accounting whatever you have given the calculation in the retrospective manner. Retrospective means you need to make changes from the first year to last. You need to show every fact. Yes, consistency means following same rules and regulations. Let's suppose consistency can be you are making sure that you are studying 2 hours daily without any procrastination or at the same time. Got it?
Yes, ma'am.
Any doubts anybody else is having in this best practices?
Uh, One doubt, I mean, like, as you mentioned, so for the last 4 or 5 years, whichever method has been taken, if it's been asked, we need to provide the facts or else we need to provide the calculations in the next method.
Definitely, you need to disclose the fact in the notes to the financial statement. Along with that, you need to provide the calculation part as
So, I mean, like, for why we have chosen this method and how it is
well. Correct.
benefiting us.
Definitely, you need to show that.
Okay, thanks.
Otherwise, how your investor will know it, na?
Yeah.
Ma'am, other than depreciation, these other examples are also there.
Other example can be for other than depreciation, there can be so many things. For example, let's suppose, let me give you a example. In India, you have two tax regime, old and new. I follow old tax regime because you get certain deductions under it. Let's suppose after 3 years, I realize I need to follow new, and after which again I realize I need to do old. Correct? Definitely. If same thing, this is for individual perspective, for but this is not the case definitely from a company perspective. Individuals can do that. That is allowed. But from a company's perspective, what they need to do is, from a company perspective, I am talking about. From a company perspective, they cannot do this. They need to show otherwise calculation. But for companies act in India, what is, I can explain you. In India, if a company is having a turnover of until 400 CR, they have a tax of 25% flat. If it is above 400 CR, then you have a 40% tax. I am talking about private limited, not LLP. In LLP, there is certain, I know everything, but I cannot tell you this much. That is not relevant to you. Clear? Any other doubt? So I am proceeding further. Next thing that you have is industry association. Industry association means, first of all, let me write it.
This is the part of sources of gap.
See what we are doing. I have talked about what is gap, what is regulatory framework. Okay, I have talked to you about other process best practices. Now I am telling you about industry association. I cannot just explain you everything in two lines. Now you need to have a broader understanding. Otherwise, you can yourself read book, right? So
So,
now, coming to industry association, what happens in industry association? You know, every industry has certain association which provide the guidelines and example how you need to cater the needs of that sector. For example, let's take an example of oil industry. You know, okay, you know that why petrol prices, diesel prices in every state is different.
Due to the difference in the taxation policies and rules,
Correct.
like
I will tell you one
that.
thing. Eh, Yeah, very good, Hardik. That is due to taxation. Every state has a different tax and everything. And I will tell you in Rajasthan, the taxes are more over petrol. When I was in college, trust me, we used to be like the hell. The prices were almost 5-10 rupees extra per liter. And that different state government taxes, definitely. The next thing I will tell you, I will give you yesterday's example itself. I was traveling from Delhi to back my home. Yesterday, I went to Delhi for my some business by my personal stuff. And on some board, there was one thing written that petrol is cheaper than Delhi. I was in Ghaziabad when I was crossing Ghaziabad. I'm based out of UP, by the way, Uttar Pradesh. So something was written. I asked my father, "What's the why this thing is written?" So my father, I knew this thing very well from the starting that every state government, everything has a different taxation. Why they have written that? Because when you're crossing the Delhi border to enter into the UP, now what happens? Even if it's 3-4 rupees variation for any person, like it doesn't matter to us if you're traveling via car, how much petrol you will use. But for persons having big trucks, especially truck driver, even if they get 5 rupees 10 rupees cheaper na, they get into quantity of 500 liters 200 liters something like this, they take in very good quantities. right? 50 liters, 100 liters, something like this. I'm not aware much. So for them, saving 2, 300, 400 rupees become a big amount. Yes or no? Ultimately. So that's why these boards and everything is mentioned, and you will realize one thing more. Uh, Petrol prices are different and under every state and everything. But you know one thing, that in petrol there is certain rules and regulation that every petrol pump person has to follow. Are you aware or no?
Yes, ma'am.
You must be aware of it, correct? And you must have so you know one thing what happens. Okay, I will tell you. In my family, my aunt has a petrol pump. That's why I know this thing. What happens is, whenever you have, any one of you might have also, I don't know, fuel density, very good. You need to have fuel density. There are certain things that your petrol pump should be on some places. There are certain rules and regulations that every petrol pump owner has to prepare. So what is this? They have industry associated rules also. Like for example, if we take an example of pharmaceutical company, for them also they need to follow certain guidelines. If we talk about any company having makeup products, their guidelines will be different. Yes or no? Correct. So what is this industry association? Industry association means nothing, that whichever company you are and from whichever you are from whichever sector. For example, you might be from edtech, you might be from pharmaceutical, you might be from finance, but from wherever. You need to follow certain rules and regulation. That is industry association. I am writing this in a very layman language so that you can understand. Clear? Any doubts still here? Mhm. Now, I am giving you guys just 5 minutes. Please go ahead till here to here. Just read it quickly so that I can proceed further. Notes, sure. These PDF I will share with you guys. Don't worry. Which one screen shall I show? This is just now shared in the group. No need to note down. I told you guys, this is whatever I'm writing is based. I'm just giving example. I'm writing few things. Otherwise, what will happen? You know one thing. If I will not write anything over the screen, if I will start speaking, trust me, you will feel like what the hell I'm speaking. And ultimately, whatever I'm writing is given in your book only. I'm just writing it in a simple language. And I told you this PDF still will be shared with you after class. Okay. Let me repeat regulatory framework for you. See. Please, first of all, read this. Done reading? Now see what happens in regulatory framework. Regulatory framework is nothing that act as your backbone, having certain rules. See, I will tell you one thing, Kanika. For concepts part, this is enough. Whatever I am covering in the class, trust me. But from the numerical portion, it depends upon you on how much practice do you require. I will tell you one thing, there are certain students who just practice whatever I do in the class, and they have crossed 70 marks in their FFR. Let me tell you, my last batch, definitely this batch result is yet to be published. The batch result was that were having 42 students, only 2 students failed the exam, 40 cleared the exam. One student, why he failed? Because he was not attending the classes on a regular basis. And if you're not attending the classes, you cannot expect me to pass you. If you're attending the class, you are practicing enough, you are asking doubts, I am not solving it. Then if you are failing, that can be my mistake. Otherwise, it cannot be my mistake. The other person failed because he was in way overconfidence. Way overconfidence. Why overconfidence? Even if I am doing something in the class, if I ask him what you are doing, he will tell, ma'am, I am solving question on paper. And he never send me photos. If even if he is doing paper, I used to tell him, please do it on Excel. Ultimately, you need to do an exam on Excel. He never listened to me. He failed. So, and certain students are there who practice a lot. Still, they are just able to clear it. So, it depends upon student to student. You know your ability better than me. But after 3, 4 class, I will know each of you where you are standing. But I need at least 2 weeks to understand you. Got it? Now I was talking about regulatory framework. See what happens in regulatory framework. It acts as a backbone which provided rules and regulation that every company needs to follow. You know very well that every country, every company has a different act. Yes or no? Correct. For example, let's suppose there are certain rules and regulations that I myself follow being a teacher, right? My first should be that definitely I am at a professional behavior. Yes or no? If I am not a professional behavior, I'm way frank or I'm way strict. Both things are not good. You guys are adult. You know you're better. You are good and bad. I don't need to explain it. But definitely, if I'm too lenient, having fun in the class rather than teaching, so what is this? Am I following any rules and regulation? No. The same applies over company. If any company is not following rules and regulation might be they are not prepared, they are not disclosing something in their notes to the financial statement. Or let's suppose there is any financial institute. You know, financial institutes, even if it's just 10 employees company, they need to conduct an audit. Correct. If they are not following those rules and regulation, what will happen? They will have a penalty clause, they will have so many issues. If they are not doing that, who is responsible? A company. So, but what you need to do is certainly you need to follow rules and regulation for sure. Got it? Next thing is accounting standards. Now, what happens in accounting standards? You know, when we come to about the calculation part, you know, in your balance sheet itself, you have so many things about non-current assets, current assets, non-current liabilities, current liabilities. You have your provision, you have your revenue. How you will do those calculations? Who will tell you? Accounting standards. That is a part of regulatory framework. Got it? Now, are you clear? Amandeep, are you clear? Okay. Any other doubts in any other topic before I proceed further?
Ma'am,
Yes.
in exam, the theoretical question may be asked in 20 marks.
Very rare chances, very rare. Let me tell you, for sure, there will be theory for sure, but maximum theory will be 10, 15 marks for sure. There will be, you should know how to write English. And let me tell you one thing, please start focusing over your grammatical errors. Please start focusing on the way you are writing. I'm giving you notes in layman language. This is not the way you should write, definitely. It's just that I am giving you in such language so that even if I just put the book definition, what's the benefit of me conducting a class? if not explaining you in easy language. You can yourself read the book, na? Right. So that's the point. Otherwise, and let me tell you one thing, we will work on theory as well. We will write and we will do everything in the class. What you need to do is at your home, you need to practice the question what we are doing. You need to re-study it. Self-study also matters. Clear?
Okay, ma'am.
Now, let's start with another topic, that is role of statute and standards. Now, you know very well that the process, the way every company prepare financial statements varies accordingly the countries. Yes or no? Because that is ultimately influenced by their legal and regulatory environment. What I am teaching you is role of statute and um, now see what happens. You know there are different countries. If I talk about countries, there are different countries like UAE, correct? There is India, there is UK, there is Canada. Like this, so many countries are. Same way, every company will be based out of different company countries. Yes or no? Yes or no? So what happens is, let's suppose Janvi is based out of India. So definitely Janvi needs to follow Indian regulatory system. Regulatory system means laws and regulation. If I talk about Akshit, if his company is based out of Singapore, so he needs to follow Singapore rules and regulation. Same with Hardik. Hardik needs to follow, if he is based out of, let's suppose, UAE, his company, he needs to follow UAE. Yes or no? And why this legal approach are there? Now the question arises, why there is legal approach? Why? The first reason will be tax. Yes or no? In Gulf countries, you don't pay taxes. There is no income tax, but in India, it's 30%, up till 30%. Correct? Yes or no? Second thing, okay, next year there will be tax anyway. I was not aware. Okay. Okay, I was always jealous from UAE person. They don't pay taxes. I pay taxes. But now I will not. Thank you for letting me know. I was not aware about it. 9%. Okay. I was not aware, honestly. Okay. Next thing is statutory requirement. Yes or no? Yes or no? Why every company have a different standards, every company have a different statute? That is the way, very simple, every company will prepare financial statements a little bit different, because they are certain tax regulation, they are certain statutory requirement. Now tell me one thing, you know one thing, that in India, even if you register your any company, there is hell lot of paperwork. When I say hell lot of paperwork, I mean it. You will not believe the paperwork actually cost you 10-15,000. Then compliance cost you, even if you're going for private limited, then it will be more. So why these things happens? And there are a hell lot of paperwork. It almost take 1.5 months. Right. So why these things are there? And in India, I'm talking about, I know one thing, that in Singapore you have a less paperwork. Your company can be registered in just 2-3 days. And in India, while it take months to done your paperwork. So every company has a different legal approach. Every company has a different statutory requirement. Yes or no? That's why there are, every company prepare financial statements based out of different countries in a different manner. Up now, you know very well, in Germany, the taxes are on income is up to 50%. Yes or no? 45 to in your UK, it's 45% taxes up till. Definitely, there are different tax brackets. So why these things are there? Definitely, every company will have to follow different rules. Clear?
Ma'am,
Yeah.
so ma'am, if ma'am any company is there which is established in both, suppose two countries, suppose like Google and some other companies which we see. So they are established in two countries. So what which they follow?
They will
Holding company
prepare,
also.
first of all, a financial statement that is known as individual. Then a parent company will pay the consolidation, but consolidation will be prepared in which the parent company is registered. Let's suppose I have a parent company in India and I have different branches in UK, UAE. So every branch will prepare their own financial statements. When it comes to consolidation, consolidation means a single financial statements of every branch that will be prepared based out of your head country.
Okay.
Got it?
So, mom, I mean, when they prepare the individual financial statement, they file the individual taxes in the respective countries, and the parent company will file the consolidation tax.
No, no, no. See what happens. Let me tell you. This you will study in your financial management, but I can tell you this thing. There is known as bilateral tax treaty. This you will study in AFM more. Your if anyone is planning to take advanced financial management in your P level, I took. That's why I know. And in your financial management as well, legal bilateral tax treaty means, for example, you know one thing. Let's suppose I am based out of India. You are paying 30% income tax in India and you are based out of UAE where you are just paying 9%. If you are bringing your cash flow from UAE to India, remaining 21% taxes you need to pay in India. Got it? If you are taking your money from India to UAE, you will not get tax return. But if it is more, then you need to pay it. There is more certain rules and regulation under which I have just giving you a small understanding over it. Got it?
Yes, ma'am, got it.
This is not in your syllabus, by the way. In your financial reporting syllabus, in ACCA, definitely you have. Clear? Now, let's talk about next thing that we talk about is statutory requirement. The first one is legal approach. Next one is blended approach. This was a legal approach. Next is blended approach. Okay. Now, what happens in blended approach? In blended approach, what happens? You know very well. In India, your SEBI is the one who look after the stock exchange requirement. Yes or no? In India, who look after stock exchange? SEBI.
Yes.
In your USA, it is SEC. That is Securities and Exchange Commission. USA one I know. I don't know about other countries, so I will take just this example. So in India you have SEBI, in USA you have SEC. So what they happen is, you know very well, everyone has to follow their country's stock listing exchange. Yes or no?
Yes.
Correct. Now, what happens is now you have multiple branches. So, tell me one thing. Here might be some people are already working professional. You might be a stock person who invests in stock. I don't invest because I never understood your till now your this stock market. So everyone has a different understanding purpose. I can't understand that. So you must be knowing one thing, but I know how to look up and down these things. But now you know one thing, many one of you might know that this very well, that if a country is having multiple branches and they want to issue their shares, what will happen? Anybody would like to explain me? Anyone of you know?
They should, ma'am, listed in the
IPO is a thing,
security
but IPO
exchange.
will be based out of from where? What will be the thing? It will be from, let's suppose IPO will be based for every country branch, different. What will happen? This is my question. For traders here, for sure there will be 2 3 traders at least. Tell me. Every country you have to register. Very good. That's the thing, na. Yes or no? But whole, as a whole, what you will do if you need to prepare
Valuation,
consolidation?
valuation, no. So,
Correct. Valuation will depend definitely. Now that is blended approach. Blended approach means that your accounting standards are little bit flexible. Flexible means that you know one thing, that you yourself know depreciation provide you two things. Either follow straight line or follow WDN. But same thing happens with your SEBI, SEC. These are rigid. Rigid means you need to follow rules and regulation irrespective of anything. There are certain these things as well, and there are certain flexibleness as well. That is blended approach. Where there are certain rigid standards. Rigid standards means you need to follow SEBI guidelines, you need to follow SEC guidelines. But there are certain flexible things also. Like for example, you can follow WDN, you can follow straight line method. That is a blended approach. Clear or no?
Ma'am, may you repeat this for blended approach?
Yeah, I can. Rigid, and next one is flexible. Okay. In rigid, you have things like SEBI, SEC. In flexible, you have depreciation method to follow. Like tax policy, which one you wanted to take, new or old? Like these things are flexible, and rigid means as it is you need to follow. Clear or no?
Yes, ma'am.
Now what is happening? In blended approach you have two things. One is your IFRS, one is your IAS, or you can say sorry, gap. Okay. Now see what happens. Your gap or IFRS. IAS gaps are rule based approach. These are principle based. Now tell me which one is flexible, principle one or rule one? Principle one is flexible, right? So what will happen? This is what your I wanted to say about blended thing, that there are certain rules which you need to follow as it is, and there are certain flexibilityness that you can get. That is a in a principle based approach. Clear? Any doubts up till here?
No, ma'am.
Clear? Now you have the difference between two, that is IFRS standards and your local gap. See, see, the first thing that under your accounting standards and local gap is that one is international border for all. Yes or no? IFR is international thing. Yes or no? What's the name?
Yes, ma'am.
One second. Anyone is having doubt? That is the person name is. Oh, Kanika. What is legal approach? Legal approach means Kanika. See here. I was saying that in legal approach, I asked you one question under legal approach, that why every company based out of different countries need to follow financial statements in a different manner. So there are two reasons behind this. One is tax regulation, another one is the statutory requirement. The statutory requirement means me one country might ask you to disclose something in the notes of the financial statement. Second country might not ask. Correct. So these are different things. That's why every country based out of every company based on different countries have different financial statements. Clear or no? Okay. Now let me explain you IFRS advantages. The first thing is that this is an international model. Let me start writing points as well. Okay. Now, what does this international model means? This international model means it provides you a single framework that every company needs to follow across the world. Clear? International model means IFRS provide you a consistent framework that every company follow irrespective of their country. Got it? The next thing that you have, improve quality and credibility. This is advantages I'm talking about. Yes. Applicable in all the countries an advantage now. If let's just imagine a scenario, if I ask you to give me a cost analysis or analysis, trend analysis, any analysis, sensitivity analysis, anything I'm asking you to prepare for me for a companies based in automobiles, but you need to choose every company from one company from each country. You cannot choose multiple. And I ask you to prepare for 10. If every company is following same standards, what you will be required just to change the currency, yes or no? If you are preparing in any single way or anything, but isn't it will be easy for you? Got it? Kanika, got it? Okay. Next thing is that IFRS. Yes, I can repeat, Pavleen. My question was that mm, Kanika asked me, international model is an advantage, but how? This is an advantage because just imagine a scenario. If you been an investor, let's suppose Paveen, you are an investor and you want to invest in 10 automobiles companies, but in a 10 automobile companies you want to invest, but in a country, let's suppose in India, you want to choose just one company. In UAE, you just wanted to choose one. Like this, you wanted to invest in 10 companies. So, if IFRS has international models, you can definitely easily compare you can easily compare companies' performance over the country, and you can prepare a report and analyze where you should invest more amount, where you should invest less. Yes or no?
Ma'am.
Yes, please.
So, ma'am, who are the ma'am authorities like ma'am who is control IFRS and who are the controls of local gap? Means who are the things there that
IASB. We will study this later on once we are just done with IFRS and local gap. That who is the controller and everything.
okay.
Got it? Now, improve quality and credibility. Under improve quality and credibility means now one thing is that quality. Why quality will be improved? IFRS is very high standards, correct? Which if every company is applying, first of all, their financial statements are more credible. First, second thing they can definitely access to the international capital markets. They can access to the international investors. That is the reason. Clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Next thing is reduce training cost. How it can reduce the training? Now the question arises. It can reduce the training cost because see what is happening if a company is following just a single startup trend. Now let's suppose, now tell me one thing. You guys are based out of different countries. Am I teaching you at different time? I'm teaching you at the same time. So my ultimately VG learning training cost is same. Yes or no? If every exam, every person has to appear for ACCA exam, but based out of different countries, you have different things to learn. Will it be possible? Over Zoom, you can have, like, for example, if there is any company, just imagine a scenario, any company that is based out of, let's suppose, India, but they have multiple offices in Europe, in America, in Gulf countries, like this, they have multiple offices. Now they wanted to give the training to every employee via Zoom. They can give and save their cost. Yes or no? Learning cost can they save?
Yes, ma'am.
Definitely they can save. Got it? Now time also definitely very good. They can save time also. Next is global recognition. Now you know one thing, your IFRS standards are international financial reporting standards. Definitely they have international e-recognized, yes or no. So what will happen when you have global recognition over any particular standards that promote consistency in your financial reporting system, which again act as a credibility. Clear or no? Now, any doubts in these 4 points? Yeah, helps in comparison.
Could you
See, it's up to
please
you how
repeat
much you can
again?
write. Like this, I can come up with 100 points, but I cannot tell you now. Otherwise, the one chapter itself will take ages to complete. Because tomorrow's syllabus is not completed, now you will come to me for saying these things. Okay.
Could you please repeat the last point, global recognition?
Yeah, definitely I can repeat. Why not? See, in global recognition, what happens, IFRS is a recognized international body. Correct. Which is accepted. IFRS standards, ACCA is accepted in 183 countries. Why it is accepted? Because they are following IFRS standards. So what is happening? If your IFRS standards are like recognized worldwide, so it promotes a consistency. If it promotes consistency, that act as a credibility, correct,
Yes.
which can act as a comparison. All these things are the reason. Clear or no?
Yes.
Which one international model? Okay, first point, international model. Okay. Yes, Divya, please ask. I am repeating the international model. Okay, your code out is same. See, international model means, IFRS is a single model framework which will provide you comparability of different countries across the borders. How? Let's suppose, Divya, you are planning to invest in two automobiles company that should be based out of two different countries, but you are not sure which one to pick. What you did, you decided, okay, you decided 10 countries from which you pick up 4 5 top companies. Now if there is just IFRS, a single model, your comparison will be easy or no. If that is prepared in a local gap, what will happen? You need to first of all convert it into IFRS, then only you can do a preparation. There will be hell lot of time wasted. Yes or no? Also, second thing, you need to know the local gap. It's not necessary every country's standards. That's why IFRS will help you in comparing it. Clear or no? Now let's talk about disadvantages. What will be the disadvantages? Yes, that is fine, Aryan. Yes, I can repeat training costs. Now just imagine one thing. You have multiple offices, and in every offices IFRS standards are followed, and you need to provide training to your employees over the IFRS standards. Is it easy for you if you're across different offices, you are following the same practices? You can just conduct one session online and you can save the test cost. Yes or no? Time to time you need to provide training to your employees. Do you know this thing or no? Clear? Any doubts?
No, ma'am.
Next thing is conversion cost. Conversion cost means, now you know one thing. If let's suppose there is any company which was following earlier local GAAP. Now they planned on converting it to IFRS. Now they have planned on converting into IFRS. Now what will happen? There will be conversion cost. Yes or no? From converting local GAAP to IFRS, there will be training cost to employees. There will be cost of conducting. You definitely need to spend time over it. You might need to hire some experts. There will be cost over it. Yes or no?
Yes, ma'am. Conversion cost is there. That local
Next
to
is
IFRS.
sorry. Can you please repeat?
So ma'am, means ma'am, if we convert the local gap to the IFRS, like the documentation, all like financial statement, or also there is the cost is there.
Correct. Next is reluctant to change. Reluctant to change means some entities they might be not they might not want to adopt IFRS because their employees are not aware of it. Employees sometimes show reluctance toward it. Now tell me one thing. Let's suppose many of you are working professional. If someone asks you to sit in the office for 5 days till 11 p.m. and do work, you will also be reluctant towards it. Yes or no? So, and definitely your work is going to be increased over few things. Definitely you will be reluctant towards it. Next thing will be, now see, in certain nations or in certain countries, they are mandatory to prepare financial statements according to the local law. If that is the situation, I'm repeating again. In certain countries, there are mandatory things to follow these IFRS and these local gap. And if any company wants to go ahead with IFRS, they will be required to prepare financial statements in two bases. So that will increase the burden. Yes or no? Burden cost again. Yes or no? Next thing is, here ends your this topic. Any doubts still here?
So I have uh, one doubt, like for the first 2 points, like conversion cost and reluctant to change. So these are the disadvantages. These disadvantages occur when we convert from local GAAP to IFRS.
Correct.
And for okay,
You don't have
these
for
are
local
these
gap anything.
sorry.
You don't have anything for local gaps.
Yeah, and apart from that, the third point, dual reporting. So, in certain countries, we need to show our FS in both according to local GAAP and IFRS. So, in
Correct.
this case, our cost will increase.
Correct.
Okay, got
Okay.
Thank you.
Next topic is, this page is completed. IFRS Foundation. Now see what is IFRS Foundation. IFRS Foundation is your non-profit organization that is solely based on public interest. What does it means is that IFRS Foundation means what? What do you think? Okay, after listening IFRS Foundation, what comes in your mind? Rahul is asking, can we have a break, please? What other ones? At 9:30? Yeah, let's continue because for see, I just teach you for 1 hour. 1 hour we were just discussing because this was first class. I cannot just ask you to please start studying until and unless I haven't cleared your doubts. How we are going to study about what is the paper pattern. Correct. 1 hour goes there. Let's study for 20 minutes more. Please, Rahul. And we are studying very basics. Trust me, from tomorrow class will become heavy. Heavy means we will start studying a lot of things. Now, IFRS Foundation is a non-profit organization that is dedicated in developing the quality and globally accepted principles. Like you have different accounting standards, IFRS 15, IAS 16, IAS 2, right? IAS 38, IAS 37. I will tell you what is what, definitely. Don't get so much confused. So many things are there. So what is that? They are responsible for developing it. I am repeating again. IFRS standard foundation is responsible for creating the standards. Clear? There are two standards body. One is IASB, that is International Accounting Standard Board, and the next one you have this International Sustainability Standard Board. Now, what does IASB do? It is responsible for developing and issuing IFRS standards. Clear or no? This one. Clear? One is ISSB. What does your ISSB do? ISSB is focused on sustainability disclosure standards. No. What does this mean? Like I mentioned, IFRS Foundation is responsible for creating the general globally accepted accounting principles. So there are two things. One is your IFRS, IASB. That is the body that is responsible for developing and issuing the IFRS standard. Then you have ISSB. That is focused on sustainability disclosure. Sustainability disclosure means that if any particular standards require any disclosure, who make it? ISSB make it. Clear or no?
One time,
Hmm?
ma'am, one time required. Ma'am, please repeat one time.
Akshit, your voices I'm unable to understand. Okay. Someone is asking ISSB. Can I repeat? ISSB means Sustainability Disclosure Standards. Now, let's suppose you have done the calculation for depreciation. If you're disclosing the same which policy, which method you are using in your notes to the financial statement, is it not easy for others to understand? That is what sustainability disclosure standards look after. Clear?
Ma'am, so what is the work of ISSB?
They create for the disclosure part, that which standards required disclosure.
So, ma'am,
Like I
means, ma'am,
gave you an example. Let's suppose you are using depreciation. Correct. If you disclose in the notes to the financial statement which method you are using, will it not be easy for others to know? So ISSB look after this, that which standards require disclosure. Clear or no?
okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Now I am giving you guys 5 minutes. Please quickly look if you have any doubts before that I proceed further. I will start with objectives then. And we need to study at least 2 chapters complete today. Like this, otherwise syllabus will be very slow. And you will come to me tomorrow saying you haven't completed the syllabus on time. Okay, definitely I can explain dual reporting. Why not? See what happens, Pavleen, in dual reporting. Let's suppose you are based out of a country which is very rigid. Which is rigid means that you need to for sure prepare your financial statements in a local gap. Local means your local country rules and regulation. Okay, but your country wants to adopt IFRS as well. In such scenario, they will be required to prepare financial statements according to IFRS as well as local gap, which will increase the cost and time of preparing financial statements in two methods. Correct or no? Got it? That's it. Please read from your in your look after once in your PDF as well if you have any doubts. Yes, you will get 100%. You will get it. One more minute. Then I will not accept the doubts. Then I will proceed with objectives. I'm telling you. Any other doubts? I'm assuming no doubts. I am proceeding then. Okay. Now, objectives of your IFRS standard. The first objective is definitely to produce high quality, understandable principles which can be accepted by a widespread countries. Means everyone should be able to accept them. Second thing should be your IFRS standard should have a rigorous application. What is this rigorous application? Anyone of you aware? Rigorous application means every country, in every country, every company is adopting it. That is rigorous application. I am repeating again. The first objective is as it is. I will write. That's why I'm not writing. You need to know as it is. The first thing is that you need to develop the high quality standards, which are easy to understand, which can be easily adopted by the companies, and they have a worldwide adoption. Worldwide means global adoption, and their companies are rigorously applying them. Rigorous application is every other company is adopting it. Still, got it? Next is you need to address different needs also. You know one thing, if you are preparing IFRS standard which should be accepted worldwide, you know very well worldwide there will be issues. So you should be know about various entities across different what economic situations they can face, and you can develop it accordingly. Next thing is facilitate convergence, means that you need to promote your national as well as regional accounting standards with IFRS to ensure there is consistency and comparability. Consistency and comparability means it's not like that IFRS, if you're preparing so many IFRS that every company is adopting different. No. Then what's the then who will address the issues like comparability and consistency? Clear or no with this? Objectives are very easy. These things we have already discussed. That's why I have like done it very quickly. Any doubts?
No, ma'am.
No, Diksha.
Okay. Now, IASB, let's study in detail. Before that, I want you, can you please read this portion? Before this, till here. Please do read it quickly.
Um, shall I read?
Everyone is reading on their own. Nobody needs to speak aloud. Everyone can read on your own. After reading it, if anybody would like to interpret it and tell me, you're most welcome. Otherwise, I will do that. If anybody wants to take participation into it. So sorry.
Can I give a try? I mean,
Sure, Pranav. Please go ahead.
yeah. So I mean, here, I mean, like, if you can see IFRS accounting standards, firstly, they are developed through structured process where, I mean, like, when the process, I mean, like, when the policy or else any regulation is being formulated, they keep in mind of the diverse individuals of different entities or else like accountants, business communities, regulators, academics, because as it is a diverse approach method. So when any policy or account, any this thing is formed, they keep in mind of different stakeholders so that it benefits every one of them, and they can understand their position, and accordingly they can formulate laws which will even help them into grow their respective fields.
Excellent, Pranav. Excellent. This is the thing. What I mean to say is that your IFRS are one thing that is developed in such a in such a manner that every business has different stakeholders. So whenever they prepare, that's why IFRS is not prepared over one night. They need certain testing. They need certain mindset of different stakeholders across different countries, right? So IFRS process is very uh rigid, matlab very complex. You can talk about they ensure there is transparency. They have a diverse range of stakeholders in their mind. So whenever they are preparing in a high quality manner. And so sorry, I'm just down with fever, so having so much of this thing. So what happens, so whenever they are preparing it at high quality standards, what happens, it can benefit your investors as well. Yes or no? Because they are keeping in mind everything. Clear? Any doubts with it? See, let me tell you one thing. You will never get a theory around these chapters. You will get just MCQ. In chapter 1, 2, 3, you never get theory. You just get MCQ. That is just 2, 3 MCQs. But still, we need to study. So that's why, got it or no? You never get a theory in chapter 1, 2, 3. You just get a numeric. 2, 3 MCQ, that's it. 2 or maximum 3. Clear? But don't skip it. This is your basic knowledge. Clear? Any doubts?
Ma'am, so because of IESP, there is a less chances of doing window dressing
Correct.
and manipulation.
Now, see, you know very well, in every company, there are different stakeholders associated with. It's just not the owners, it's not just the customers. There are suppliers, there are investors, correct? There are even general public. Ultimately, you are using the resources of society. So many things are there. So you need to think of every perspective. Yeah, vendors, very good, Ritika. So there are different persons. Clear? Wait a second.
Okay.
Now, what is the step they follow? Please read it. And let me tell you, you don't need to learn it. Just read it. That is more than enough. I will explain it. Don't worry. Still want to read you because when you will read it, because this is very theoretical thing. And you need to know as it is. And please don't mug up any of these 3 chapters. And I have one more thing. Why a single person is joined class with three IDs? Can I know, Varsha? 3 IDs. Or there are 2, 3 Varshas. I don't even know that. And if there are 2, 3s, please rename yourself with your name plus surname. Same with Siddhi, 2 Siddhi Gupta. Otherwise, how will I know from which one I'm asking questions?
So
Done
ma'am,
reading.
the
Let me start. Yeah, please, Akshit, go ahead.
so ma'am, the auditor will be the same for the IFRS auditing means somehow that suppose some manipulation has catch by the IFRS Audit Advisory Council. So then what will be the action taken and how will be the
You will
things
learn
improved?
that in double A, advanced audit and assurance. If you took triple A, you will read there. But thing is that audit is always conducted in such a manner that no thing is happening. There are certain preconditions, there are after conditions. If I start teaching you audit, that will take less in the next 1 hour to explain that thing. So I can tell you one thing just for a short perspective. And until unless you are not done with financial reporting, you cannot study audit and assurance. Let me tell you that as well. You know these things, there are certain combinations that you need to understand. I will tell you that as well. So after FR, what happens in audit thing? Audit is conducted in such a manner, like suppose there is any company which is following both. So auditors will have there will be 2 team of auditors, one doing audit of local GAAP, one is doing financial statement audit of IFRS. Because me, if I am an auditor, I cannot do 2 audits simultaneously. And even conducting 2 audit will be, if a profit is coming under both methods, will be there will be some changes but not huge changes. What it? Companies manipulation, the area of window dressing, the area of hats can be easily identified. That will be a positive point in audit. Clear?
Okay. So ma'am, it is tough for the company to maintain these two things and somehow the regulations and these all things.
See, it's not about toughness, it's about the cost factor. You know, audit is a very expensive process for any company.
No, ma'am, I don't know.
It's always about time, it's always about cost. No company wants to incur extra cost. Why will they
Yeah.
want? They will reinvest that amount into the business and expend it. And expansion needs in business reinvestment.
Okay.
Any other doubts before I start explaining this process? After this process, there will be break.
And for today
I'm
onwards,
start.
it is theory is
Sorry,
too much. For today onwards, the it is too much theory. It is there.
but I can't do anything. I need to teach you. See, today's
Yes.
theoretical class. From tomorrow, it's not theoretical, it's mixed. But you need to cop up just one day with me.
Okay.
I will ensure. See, theory is boring, I know, but we can't do anything. That's a part of syllabus. If I will left it now, you will come to me and saying the same. Now, see, leave whatever is written in the book. Listen to me very carefully. Whenever we are saying that we need to make any amendment, we need to prepare, need to make a IFRS standard, what is happening? First of all, we see what are the issues happening around, and we come up with, okay, let's suppose there are so many issues that in any IFRS standards is happening. Repeating again, if there is so many issues happening in any IFRS standards, or company feels or your ISB body feels that there should be any more IFRS standards or IA standards towards anything, what they do is, first of all, they note down this issue, then they study the every different countries accounting requirements and practice, then they consult with the advisory body, and then they start preparing the IFRS standards. Let me repeat it. First of all, they understand whether there is a need for preparing any new IFRS or IA standards, or second, is there any need for any amendment in any IFRS standards. Then they study about the national requirements. What are the different countries' national requirements? Why? Because IFRS is the international reporting financial statements that is applicable same across companies in different countries. Correct. Next thing what they do is they take a counseling from any advisory body. They have their own advisory body, AFRS Advisory Council. Then they start forming groups to advise what should be done, what can be done. They start evaluating the decisions. Next thing what happens is then they publish a discussion document. Document means a public comment where public comment over it, what issues they are facing, what they should be done it. Then once they have received the public comment, what they do is they prepare a exposure draft. Exposure draft means, anyone is aware what is exposure draft? Exposure draft means you are taking inputs on all the aspects. All the aspects means whatever the questions are asked in your discussion paper, or whatever the proposals different persons has provided over this, on everything inputs are taken, and they prepared a very detailed provisions if any needs to be applicable. Any doubts still here? I will explain. This is not completed. I need 5 more minutes. Any doubts still here? First of all, let me re-explain it. The first thing that you have is, one is discussion paper. In discussion paper, what happens? You generally have a feedback from the public. Let's suppose your company is applying IFRS. Correct. So in those discussion paper, you comment over it, what issues you're facing, or do you think something new can be done? Like this, you just comment over it. Just remember this much, more than enough. Don't read it in much detail. Then you have one thing that is known as exposure draft. In exposure draft, whatever the questions are asked or whatever the inputs are given, you assess everything. Clear? Now, then you are assessing everything, whatever the exposure draft inputs you have prepared. You will prepare a common sheet also in exposure draft. What happens, many people might have the same issues, and many people might have asked the same question. So like this, you literally filter it out. Then you consider all the comments received, and you try to analyze what is the issues in one thing, and what can be improvement, what is suggested by the public. Another, is there any need for new IFRS or whatever is the thing. Next thing is, what happens now, you will be if you will be having a public hearing. Public hearing means where public will vote over it, what should be done. Let's suppose you have prepared 2 3 things, and over which you will take the voting rights. Then whosoever will, on whichever discussion they will be having the more votes, that is when, and on the basis of that they prepare the IFRS standard. Clear or no? Any doubts before I talk about a voting in detail? After this, I will give you break. Just cop up with me for 2 3 minutes. Okay. Next thing is that you have is voting. Voting means everything, that whenever you are making any exposure draft. Exposure draft means where you have addressed all the issues and you have prepared an IFRS standards, whatever you have done. Okay. On this, you will take the voting. Let's suppose there are generally 14 members. In your IASB committee, there are generally 14 members. There are generally 14 members. If there are generally 14 members, you need appraisal of 9 members. If 9 members agree, then only you can issue any IFRS or make amendment, otherwise no. Clear? Any doubts?
Ma'am, here ma'am, 9 members of the company.
IASB.
Ma'am, what from
Because they
ISB?
cannot ask different companies. That will be a very hectic thing, na? They will have their members. Generally, members of 14. Clear?
Ma'am, means ma'am, I am not, I'm not unable to get that what you are saying. Means ma'am, ISB has 14 members, it is there, and majority should be 9 members.
Correct. What they say is, see, ISP generally have 14 members, or there might be 8 or 13. That depends upon the company to company. Say they, at least 9 members should approve it. Let's suppose, Akshat, there is any ABC committee under which, let's understand like this, there is any ABC committee under which you have 14 members, out of which if any decision needs to be made, 9 members should vote yes. That's the scenario. There are certain more
Okay.
things, IFRS interpretation, that I will explain you after break. I know you guys are tired, even I am tired from speaking.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. I will explain. Don't worry about voting is something, but you got a little bit understanding. I will take this topic again. That's not an issue. Have a little bit understanding or no?
Yes.
Got it? Little bit understanding?
Yes, ma'am, it's so much little this somehow. One time repeat if it is
Let's do one thing. Let's take 30 minutes break. We will continue our class at 10:05. Let's say
okay, ma'am. And
10
can
5.
maybe
Then you can then meanwhile you can read, then meanwhile whosoever wants to eat something, whatever you want to do, you can do. And then you can ask your doubt. We can discuss this again, and then we can proceed. Is that fine with everyone?
yes, ma'am, maybe start with this topic that this ISP procedure one.
Yeah, we will look into it. Okay. Okay, then 30 minutes break, everyone. And
Okay.
please don't leave the meeting. Even if you're leaving, please join by 10:05. I will not wait for anyone, and I will start explaining. Then don't come to me and saying, can you please entire topic again? Hi guys, are you back?
Yes, Diksha.
Okay. So first of all, I hope there is no background noise. Are you guys facing any background noise from my side?
Not yet, Diksha.
Okay, because some renovation is going at my home. That's why I asked you. And they are working, so that's why it's my question. Okay, okay, let's start. I am repeating everything again. You guys were having the doubts in this flow. Okay, tell me one thing before this IASP thing. Are you clear till objectives?
Yes, ma'am.
I am not talking about IASP. I will explain it again. I am also a little bit better. I was also having a throat pain. I am having tonsils currently, so sorry for that. That's the reason I am little bit sick. Other than that, are you guys clear? Right? So let's get started with IASP again. We just discussed in ISP that you know very well that in a business there is not one stakeholders. There are multiple stakeholders that are your vendor, that are your suppliers. You have your investors. You have your management team. That is your employees only. You have business communities. You have legal authorities. Everyone is related to your business as a stakeholders, right? So what is the thing is that you know very well. Yeah, creditors, everything. So many are there, Karthik. So what happens is, now you know very well, if any IFRS standards need to be make or amend. Amend means you are making certain changes in existing thing, amendment, and or even if you are making a new standards. You need to understand not from just one perspective, you need to look that this thing at different perspective. That is what your ISP is saying here. So this says that whenever you are preparing a standards or you are amending anything, there is a rigorous process over it. Rigorous means they have to undergo with so many challenges while doing that. Till here, any doubts before I start explaining this process?
No, ma'am.
Okay then. Let's start with the ISP process. Okay. Now, under ISP process, the first step that you have is, what is the first step that we learned? Identification and review. Okay. Here, identification means requirement of new standards, or review means amendment in existing. Now, what a company do is, please listen it to be carefully. This is a very lengthy process. I cannot explain everything again. So please listen it very carefully. See, identification and review of associated issues means, see, you know very well, every business will have certain issues. There are so many IFRS, IA standard that any business needs to comply. There are 100% chances that they are facing issues with certain IFRS. Correct. Now, in that situation, what your ISP do, definitely they are the person who need to ensure there is no users are not facing a issue, right? Tell me one thing. I will tell you, when I was an Android user, I used to love the Android, but when I switched to Android to iPhone, I hate it because it gets very heated easily. Storage problem. There are n number of problems that as I am facing right now. Correct. So what happens this? So like this same thing happens. There are 100% chances that a single person is facing certain issues while using something. Correct. So who is responsible for it? Definitely, as a company, you are responsible over it to look after it. Now, tell me one thing. If tomorrow you are unable to understand what I am teaching, who is responsible? I or you? Definitely, I am responsible. Correct. If I am not able to explain you well, see, there can be a situation that out of 40 students, 4 are unable to understand. If 36 are able to understand, that's not a problem with me. But if 36 are unable to understand, definitely that's a problem with me. Yes or no? The worst case scenario can be what? 2-3 persons are unable to understand. If everyone is having issue in that situation, what your ISP do? They will have to review it or need to identify is there anything that they need to add new standards or amend any existing standards. This point is clear or no? Clear? Now, next thing is that how many of you know that currently IFRS standards is applicable in 183 countries, including India? That's why you are applicable to job in 183 countries. Yes or no? It is accepted across the globe now. That's why you are pursuing. Otherwise, why will you pursue if it's not having a benefit? You're not stupid to waste your money or time over it. Both are beneficial. Correct. So what you do is, you know very well, there are certain national rules and regulation, and we already discussed that thing, that these are generally accepted principle. If you are someone who is preparing, you need to think from every country's perspective, and that is a common thing. Accordingly, you need to find out your things. Yes or no? Issues. So the first step is always identification and review of the issues. Next thing, studying the national rules and regulation of different countries so that you know what is happening in which country. So when you prepare it, it does not uh you are making it accordingly. It makes sense. Any doubts still here? I will ask after every point, and if anyone is having, please tell me then and there. Clear or no? Okay, then
Ma'am,
clear.
so ma'am, here,
Yes, sir.
ma'am, national rules and regulations means all type of companies, laws and regulate and
Correct,
the taxation things.
correct.
Oh,
Study of national rules and regulation means that your IASB body is responsible for understanding different countries' rules and regulation. They are a regulatory framework that includes a rule, a tax law, that rule is statutory law, so that they know the similarities. Accordingly, they can prepare the standard. Clear?
yes, ma'am, clear.
Okay. Wait a second. Now I think after break, everyone is re-energized. I am also. Next is consult with. So sorry. Okay. Now, what is this consult with IASP advice? It simply means you know very well. Now, there is always an advisory body for everyone. Correct. If tomorrow I am having issues, now you know, guys, one thing that one thing. Tomorrow, let's suppose this happens with a lot of with me. I have seen this thing with various students. What happens after few weeks? Once classes are conducted for 3 4 weeks, they come to me and ask me two things. Ma'am, can you tell me how to clear the exam? I haven't studied anything. First scenario is that. Second scenario they ask me is, ma'am, I have having certain students have everyone has a different complexity in their life. So can you please consult with me? So I am become your advisor or no? Same with ISP, they have an advisory body who advise them if they have find out any that there is a need for preparing any new standard, or they have identified that they need to um amend any existing standard. What they do is they consult first of all their advisory body, that is this a true thing or no, because taking advice is not a bad thing. Correct? Got it or no till here?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Now the next thing is that you have already consulted with your ISP advisory. The next thing that you have is you will be forming an advisory group. I will give these notes to everyone. So sorry for bad handwriting. Actually, I don't have a good handwriting whenever I'm writing with tab. That's an issue. Next thing is, whenever you're forming an advisory group that can advise the ISP. Now, you know one thing definitely you will be considering with the advisory council, but you need to have a advisory group as well. Formation of advisory group here means is that above you have consulted whether there is such any such issues arise or no. You know very well, okay, is there any issue or no. But what this formation of ISB do? Where if you are preparing, or let's suppose you are working on IFRS 15, so this advisory body will guide you throughout. This have given you the consultation whether this is a issue or no, you should work or no. This formation of advisory body will guide you from day one when you are starting working till you have issued it. Clear or no?
Ma'am, one time, please repeat.
Sorry, Akshat, can you please speak aloud if there is any
Ma'am,
doubts?
please, ma'am, may you repeat this formation of ISB advisory?
Yeah, I can see. Consult with ISP advisory means this is a border expect. Means let's suppose Akshat. Let's take an example, Akshat. Before definitely starting with ACC, you might have consulted with your parents, whosoever is a student. If someone is working professional, that is your decision. Even if I do something now, my parents don't even, I just inform them, they are okay with. Once when I started with my ACC, trust me, at that time nobody knows what is ACC. Even my parents asked me, "Are you sure something like this exists?" That was my father's word, because no one has ever heard about this course in my family. So consult with the ISP advisory means if I am starting something, I am giving you a layman example. Okay, layman, very easy example. Let's suppose you are starting with something. You have taken advice if you in your family there are 10 persons. You have taken advice from everyone. Everyone has given you advice. Formation time, there is a single person, or there is a single, you can say there are multiple groups who are giving you advice. There is one single group who is helping you from day one till the day last. Clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Muhammad. Ume, that is different. See, ISB advisory is a border now. Like I say, there are ACCAs that comes under border. AC under ACCA itself, there will be so many ACCA. Under your FR only, I am not the only tutor who taught FR. Correct? There are n number of teachers throughout. Correct? So up now it's up to you now. Formation now. Let's suppose you have now think me as in formation of ISP body, that I am responsible from day one till you appear for your exam, for your doubts, for your issues, for your advice. Everything who is responsible. Definitely I am responsible. I am teaching you. No one else is responsible. If tomorrow you are sending me something that, ma'am, can you please explain me this? Even if I need to send you, I always do record my voice whenever if someone asks me doubts instead of typing so long, that save time as well. So who is responsible for guiding? Definitely I am responsible. Correct? Got it? Now you will be publish a discussion paper. Now see. What does publication of discussion paper means? Publication of discussion paper clearly means public comment. When I say that, see, what happens? Discussion papers will have different things, that what are the problems. Let's suppose you have issued this discussion paper to every company throughout the world whosoever is following IFRS. I am repeating again. Under discussion paper, what happens? Let's suppose you have issued a discussion paper for every company throughout the world who is under which writing the problems they are facing. If they have any concerns over it, if they have any suggestion over it, clear. That is discussion paper. Clear or no? Akshat, you were saying something, you unmuted yourself, then you muted yourself. Please go ahead.
Means ma'am, there is means ma'am the it has done by ISB advisory to all the means companies and all the members of the ISB.
I didn't get your question. Can you please ask me again?
Ma'am, this discussion paper has published by whom to and to whom?
Okay. ISP body, not advice. ISP body issued this paper to companies throughout the world where they write their concerns, what the issues they are facing, if they have any suggestions, or they want something from IASP group to do. Clear or no?
Yes, ma'am.
Doesn't matter the
Yeah.
company belongs to where.
Anyone is muted and having. Ritika, any doubts?
So, ma'am, I'm saying it doesn't matter. Company is situated where. Like it could be UK, US, or anywhere
No, no,
else.
no. See, I told you na, IFRS are generally globally recognized principles. So
Yes.
definitely they cannot think from one country's perspective. They
Hmm.
will share with it across the globe. Globe means entire nation, not just UK, America, every country across different companies, and they will fill their issues under the working paper. Like for example, tomorrow I give you a form to fill. Correct. That will not be for one person or two person. Clear?
Yes.
Okay. See, even when you will be studying today, you will be revising for sure before tomorrow's class. That I expect everyone to do that. If you're facing any issues, you want to answer me, please send me a message. I will definitely reply. Never ever think that I will not reply. I'm a person who 100% reply. Clear? Next thing now you have is, and now discussion paper is different for everyone. Publishing discussion paper. Next thing that you do is, then you have a which exposure draft as far as I know. Yeah. Now, the next thing that you have is an exposure draft. No. Now, think exposure draft from this perspective. Let's suppose, let's take an example. Today itself, I was asking you guys whether we should follow Kaplan or BPP. Second question I asked whether I should give you 30 minutes in one go break or in two parts. Correct. Now, Pranav come up with one. I think that was Pranav. That comes with a wonderful idea that, ma'am, please ask from the coordinator which one has they have issued the book, Kaplan or BPP. You follow that, and I really like that idea. Even that was not in my mind. Second idea, I think he himself give me. I'm not aware much about your voices currently. It will take me time to recognize. So next idea, he told me that, ma'am, today give 30 minutes in go break. Even today, I would have preferred 30 minutes break because I haven't had breakfast or anything, so I can have that thing in mid. Second thing, he asked me tomorrow give 2 15 minutes break. And tomorrow at time we can analyze which is better for everyone. And we can do it. We will do tomorrow polls. Okay, for book no. For break part. For book though I have already decided I will ask with the coordinator. Clear. So that is what. He has come with an exposure draft. I can say this is an exposure draft that we haven't finalized anything. He has given me the solution that do this thing, and whichever will having the positive comment, we can go ahead with this. Same thing happened in exposure draft under IFRS. On the basis of discussion paper issues, they prepare a rough IFRS standards, and they ask people to comment over it. Will this resolve your issues or not? Clear or no now?
Ma'am, it means, ma'am, firstly, ma'am, the IFRS will issue the discussion paper. Then if any company have the solution, then they will send. So if they send, then it is known as exposure draft.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Next thing that you have is, now you see, under exposure draft you will receive comment, yes or no? In exposure draft you are going to receive the comment.
Yes.
Now whatever the comment that you have received in exposure draft, you need to consider them. For example, let's suppose I told you guys, I don't know how many of you like this idea, but this idea is accepted for me. For as far as I have experience, every student like my idea when I create drive and they solve solution simultaneously. And what happens with this, I have a credibility. While solving question, I can go on your sheet and check whether you are doing it or not. Otherwise, how will I know? Correct. So this is a comment. Now let's suppose this was the solution that I have find out. This can be a draft, exposure draft. Over it, I asked your comments. Now it can be think 50% students accepted it, 25% are okay with anything, and 25% are not okay with it. So up I am considering all the comments, but I will go ahead with majority rights, yes or no. I cannot other if I will not go majority in entire life, I cannot find out a solution, yes or no. Same thing happens with IFRS when they have issued exposure draft and they have received comment from the public. Now what they do is they review everything, and whatever the comment they feel is desirable, they note it down and they will go ahead with it. Clear or no?
Okay,
Yes,
ma'am.
I can explain the difference between discussion paper and exposure draft. Absolutely. See, discussion draft paper means, let's suppose I am. Let's suppose let's do one thing. I have now, you know very well, I clearly mentioned that IFRS is a globally recognized principle. You cannot prepare IFRS from the perspective of just one country companies. You need to look at the around the globe. Correct. So what you do in discussion paper, you issue it for every company, and under which they write their difficulties, the problems they are facing, what are the suggestions they have, and whatever the things are there, they just write it down. That is discussion paper. And under exposure draft, what happens? Once you have received the discussion paper, after analyzing that, you prepare a rough financial statement, means IFRS standard. You prepare a rough IFRS standards, and you issue that to the public. Again, you issue that to the company. Public means here companies, and you ask them to comment over it. Clear or no?
Yes, ma'am.
Clear? Now, next thing that you have is, now you have what I was saying. You have done the exposure draft. Now, what you will do is, now you have issued, this was issue. Now whatever the comments you have received, you need to consider them very carefully. Why? Because ultimately you have prepared the rough draft. You will be making certain changes, but you cannot definitely, if that is not acceptable by everyone, that means your draft has an issue. You need to comment, you need to analyze different person's problem is still, yes or no. Here the analyzing part again comes. Now you will consider the comments. On the basis of comments, whatever is the findings, you will analyze it. And if required, this point is not applicable every time. If required, you will do a public hearing. Public hearing can be, let's suppose I conduct a poll in the group itself, whether you want to 15 minutes break or you want a 30 minutes break. Like, ultimately the result comes out 50-50. Up now again I am confused what to do. Like today was happening in the group. I was too confused what to do. Go ahead. Now, and what I can do, I am conducting a public hearing. Public hearing can be, now whosoever is active in the class. For example, Abhishek is active, Ritika is active, Akshit is active, Pranav is very active, right? I know these people are speaking up in my class, and I have learned their name as well. Yes or no? Otherwise, you will not speak. How will I know whosoever is in my class? Amandeep is asking question, Ritika is asking question, Divya is asking question. I know I have these name students in my class. Correct. Now, what will happen? I am conducting a public hearing. If others are not speaking, they have just polled. I, I will consider their decision for sure. But for me, who students is taking interest in my class, for me, conducting their public hearing will make more sense, yes or no? Because I am able to connect with you guys. Whosoever is not speaking, definitely I don't even a batch even will complete it if you are very introvert. I will not even know your names. Trust me. And even if you will send me a WhatsApp query, I will not know in which group you are. I will not know it because I cannot save. I have daily, you just have 40 students. It's not just I teach FR, I teach FM, I teach all the subject except FR and text. And it is a professional level. I don't teach APM and ATX because that was not my optional subject. Otherwise, I teach everything. No, definitely FR and SDR is my expertise that I can say definitely. I have a very good result. So now what will happen if I am conducting a public hearing? For me, you can say this can be a biasness or whatever you can say. I will be able to understand their things better. Yes or no? Their issues. I can relate with them better. Got it? Because they have. Till here, any doubts? After exposure draft, whatever the comments you have received, you will review it. And if required, you will conducting a public hearing. This can be in the case when you have received 50-52 votes and you are unable to analyze everything. Even say comments are very mixed. You yourself is confused. You can definitely have a public hearing over it. Clear?
Ma'am.
Yes, Akshay?
So, ma'am, suppose, ma'am, there is that, ma'am, as ma'am, you said that there are 40 students are there and four are active. So you will hear the public hearing of
No, no,
four.
no, no,
But
not just four. See, let me tell you, in IFRS cases, generally all persons are active because they have now. Tell me one thing. I will tell you. I go ahead with networking events in ACC whenever they conduct. I couldn't go with this networking event because I was going to travel Delhi again. I am not from Delhi. Huh. So what happened? So I knew I have certain work in Delhi and traveling Delhi in a single week 2 time is not possible for me. It's 4.5 hour journey. Even I do just morning to evening trip. Still, it's very tiring for me. And definitely. So what happens in that? In those networking events, tell me one thing, they persons around the globe are invited and everyone take participate in that. Means North Indian one, whosoever is close to Delhi, even if 4.5 hour journey, I love to travel for it because I connect with people, I can talk with them, I can know what is happening in the industry. Yes or no? You connect with the people. So same happen in this. It's not like just four people will participate, there are majority. The discussions happen. I'm just was giving you an example, actually. Got
so,
it?
ma'am, because but ma'am, as ma'am, this ma'am public hearing, if it is there, so ma'am, it can be there that chances of correcting or chances of decision which is correct is less because of public hearing. It might be there that the members is there actively which is there at present, but may not give the right decision.
See. That's not the case. See, let me tell you. Whenever they say public hearing, in public hearing, they just listen to others. Now, if someone is speaking stupid, will you understand it? Now, tell me one thing. You might have seen one thing. I will tell you guys. Okay. Tell you. I will give you example. Now there are so many people. Okay, I will tell you especially with everyone. Everyone will give you advice in your life. There will be 10 different person, and when you talk with them, they will give 10 different advice. Will you listen to 10? Whosoever is relevant for you, you will listen. Same happens with them. If someone, let's suppose I don't have a knowledge, I'm into public hearing and I speak something nonsense, will they listen to me? No. If something is relevant, they will note it down. And this is definitely, I have never been into a public hearing, so I don't, whatever I know is theoretical. I don't know practical this thing. Correct.
Okay, ma'am.
And you will not get a question from this chapter to write any theory. You will just get 2 or 3 MCQs in chapter 1 to 3 combined.
Okay, ma'am.
Adjustment to IFRS. Finalized thing happens not in final in public hearing. That never happens. This so definitely never happens. Clear? Now the last thing that you have, you need a approval. Approval is not from publics. Approval is from advisory members. See, approval from advisory members means now generally they have 14 members. I am repeating again. Generally in advisory group there are 14 members. If you have finalized anything on the public hearing basis, you will finalize your amendment or your IFRS standards. If 9 has given you go signal, means correct signal, you will publish it. Clear or no? Now this thing. Now I am giving you guys time. Please look at it once. This voting and everything I have already covered. And if IFRS interpretation means whatever the thing you have prepared, are they having majority voting. Majority voting means at least 60% people are attending it. Please read it once. I'm giving you just 5 minutes. I need to complete 2 chapters today. Like this, syllabus will not be complete. Because my motive is not just completing syllabus. My motive is just to make sure we practice a lot of questions, because so many of you are just writing first exam. So many of you are exemption students. Your hesitation should be removed. Your nervousness, you should be confident enough. That's my motive. Okay, now I have a question, ma'am. According to you, till when the syllabus is come? See, I don't know your speed, guys. Like, definitely when I will do the questions, that will I know. Because this is too theory, right? This is nothing. Trust me, this is not important area. You will hardly get 2, 3 questions. That's why I am like, even if I explain short, you will get in starting 3 topics, you will get hardly 3 MCQs. Trust me when I say it. Right. So when I will do, for example, tomorrow I'm going to teach you numerical topics. At that time, I will prefer at least doing 3 questions, 4 questions each topic. A good questions. If I am doing MCQ, that should be at least 7, 8. Don't you think so? It should be minimum number. Correct. Now, and my motive will be numerical time. I'm just not explaining it. You are able to understand it. At that time, I will ask you a lot of queries. I will even pick anyone to solve it and tell me. So, but my motive is that June is going on. My syllabus should be completed by July and August mid. See, syllabus means numerical part understanding will be completed along with MCQ in July itself. Long question take time, and we will do a lot of long questions. So that will be completed till uh, August mid, including your mock and everything. We will discuss mock as well. Correct? So by August mid or I will do everything. Don't worry. That's why I am doing 4.5 hour class. I was having an option to do 3 hours, but I asked them no, keep it a long, because I know FR is a not theory, it's numerical. If it was audit, trust me, when I teach audit, I say them just keep 3 hours class, because that is too theoretical. But when it comes to numerical subject, I asked always VG learning to please keep a little bit long class. I am okay to teach, because you need to practice. Clear? Correct.
Um, Ma'am, in the third point, we discussed about the formation of IASP advisory,
Hmm.
right? So, who you told us that there are 4 members. So, what
See,
is
I
the
will tell you one
criteria
thing.
for the
14 members will be, see, there are 14 members. Let's suppose you know very well, there are, and I don't know the exact number, but there are so many affiliates and there are so many teachers. Now definitely I myself can teach everything, but there are certain expertise. Correct. Up now, I don't teach text because I hate it. That is, due to formulas and everything, I am unable to grasp it much better. If you don't know, how can you teach? Correct. So, up same thing happens in formation, that you have 14 members, let's suppose. Everyone will know everything, but every member will have certain expertise. Like someone is good at, let's take an example. There are so many students. Some might be good at FR, some might be good at SPR, some might be good at AAA. So same thing they have, and they advise accordingly. Clear?
yes?
Shall I proceed?
Yeah, we can.
Okay then. Because we don't have time to waste so much. I don't know even we will be okay. If IFRIC interpretation, let me tell you that. What happened? Okay, reload. Wait a second. This PDF has certain issues, I'm telling. Now, what is IFRS interpretation? Okay. Now, see, what is IFRS interpretation? Very clearly, nothing. Now, see, you have prepared the standards. Who will interpret it? Interpret means I am teaching you guys. Now, tell me one thing. If I just read it and explain what is written in English in Hindi and I don't give you example, something, so what is happening? I'm not doing interpretation. You can yourself read from the book. Tell me, do you require any teacher to read? You yourself are such that much capable to read it and convert English to Hindi and whatever is your mother tongue language. And interpretation in the same thing. ISP has prepared your IFRS standards. The standard that is prepared, who interpreted? Interpreted means how to do accounting calculations and everything. IFRIC body is responsible. Same way, books in book everything is written. I am responsible for interpreting it and explaining you. Clear or no? Okay. Next thing. Now there are two things, that is projects and work plan. Now let's start with it. You have is projects and another thing you have is work plan. Okay. Now what is this project? What is this work plan? Let's understand. Now work plan means like you know one thing. Think like work plan as a to-do list. To-do list means projects can be, for example, let's take your example. Okay, I am giving you first of all a basic example, then I will give you a high class standard example. For example, your project is, now for understand it, your project is clear FR in September attempt. Yes or no? That is everyone's, whosoever is here, your project, your work plan can be to-do list. Means for clearing it, how you need to prepare. Correct. And the preparation will be like let me tell you, the preparation will be whatever we are studying in the class, you need to study it on a daily basis. Today you will not have much to study because this is very theory, and theory I teach in a little bit deep, so that you don't mug up anything. When we will start practicing questions tomorrow, definitely you will find more questions in the book and you will practice on your own. So that will be a to-do list that you have done research. Okay, how I need to prepare. Research can be, you know, your paper pattern. You should know no paper pattern. Second, you should know the topics. You should know how your teacher is going to teach you. You have done research. Now to-do list will be, okay, today I will study this topic, today I will revise this. That is work plan. Same thing in IFRS committee. What happens? Okay, first of all, this example is clear before I go ahead with good example, a big example. Okay, now see what happens. Now ISP ongoing agenda will be what? Make sure whatever the IFRS standards they are preparing, they are properly maintained. They are conducting regular research to ensure everything is going as per plan. And their projects can be that they need to make accounting adjustment. They need to make sure necessary amendments, necessary IFRS standards they are bringing. That can be their project. Clear or no?
Yes, Diksha.
Okay. Now the next thing that you have is, now you know you have your IASB body. Under IASB body, you need to look at the three things. That is transparency. Transparency means look after three things. First is transparency. Now see, what is transparency? Transparency means as simple as say that you are whatever you are doing. That is transparent. Transparent means, let's suppose. Okay, let's suppose one thing, you are not transparent with what you are doing. Let's suppose you are doing questions. Okay, let's suppose Akshit is doing question and he has opened the exam kit answers. And let's suppose, no, see, transparency can be this thing, na. Not hitting anything, that's just another thing. Let's take one more example. I asked you guys, ki please do this question on your own. Definitely, if I am teaching you any topic, I have done two questions. Third question, you are responsible to do it. I will wait for you. Whosoever is unable to do it, I will explain again to everyone, but I will give you at least 5 minutes to solve it on. Now, what happens? Let's suppose any one of you didn't understand it. You opened your exam kit, you tell me the answer sheet. So are you transparent with yourself? Yeah, are you transparent with me? No. You are not honest with me. Definitely. And let me tell you, even if you will guys do that, and that a lot of students do that in class, you are not lying to me. You are lying to yourself. You need to write the exam. I don't need to write your exam. So that is what transparency means. You are not hiding anything. You are open. Whatever you are doing in a fair manner. Next thing is full and fair consultation. Now, what is this full and fair consultation? That means that whatever the perspectives that we have, currently they should not affect the IFRS standards. Now, see, you know very well, everyone cannot be good for you. Yes or no? Tell me, let's suppose, if, let's take an example. Let's suppose a scenario, you know, 1,000 people. Out of thousand people will like it? No. But definitely whosoever not like us, their perspective affect us. Same thing happens with ISP. Even if someone is not liking their perspective or something happening that affect the IFRS body. That's why they are always in full and fair consultation manner. Consultation means if someone is facing issues or they are something down, they provide them the consultancy. Consultancy for, got it?
So here we are discussing the responsibility of IASP.
I
Like,
am talking about that your ISB have certain principles. They have three principles. One is transparency, next is full and fair consultation, and next is
okay,
accountability. I am discussing
okay,
this
okay,
topic.
okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
I am see. I mentioned it a very times. You will not get any question to write what is reporting framework, but you should know as a theory point. So I am explaining in such a language. If even I give you any numerical, oh sorry, I give you any objective questions, means MCQ, you are able to interpret it. Next thing that you have is last one is accountability. And trust me, whatever is written in the book, I will not give you example, you will get bored. That's why I'm coming up with funny examples a little. Accountability means very well. Up, let's suppose anyone is making any decision. Who is accountable for it? You yourself. Let's suppose I have decided. Let's suppose I decide that skip classes for 1 week. You know, even skipping classes for 1 week cost a lot. I will tell you. I never plan my vacations over weekends. I will be very honest. I never plan my vacation over weekends on weekday batches. See, everyone goes on vacation for 2, 3 days. Every 3 months, I need to go. Definitely, why the hell I am earning them? Correct. So, same thing. What happens is if I am like for example, I am having fever from last night and my mom asked me, can you cancel your class, you're not well. I told her very clearly, I am accountable for them. Even if their one classes are getting missed and your syllabus is not completed on time, you are not well prepared, who is accountable? I am accountable. Same way ISP is accountable if their proposals or whatever the draft financial statements they are providing, that is not providing a rational or any, you can say, making any sense for any company. Clear? Like for example, here anyone might plan to write, let's suppose, I will tell you, I know one student, I will not name him. That's not from your past. Definitely he planned to write FR, double A and FMT three together. I am not saying you cannot do it. If someone has capability, please go ahead. What mistake he do? He was in very overconfidence mood. If you're taking one subject class over weekend, two on weekdays even, tell me one thing, very honestly, three subjects you are studying. You are just attending classes. You're not, you have decided, okay, I am going to give 3 exams, or you are not able to even uh, like focus on one paper entirely, very focused, and you are failing on 3 exams. Who is accountable that you take a decision on appearing 3 papers? Maximum 2 papers should be appeared. Maximum 2 papers should be appeared. That person is responsible, na? Same way, accountability. Any doubt still here? You know, need to know the meaning. You don't need to see what is happening or nothing. Next thing is, next thing that you have is now, the basic they have talked about is IFRS. IFRS is your prominent principles that is globally generally accepted. You know very well. Now what happens? See, you know one thing we are talking about from morning. IFRS been almost 4 hours. I'm just talking about IFRS. Now you know very well. Whenever you are preparing IFRS, you need to know one thing, that they should be broadly accepted. Broadly accepted means if you are making a decision, it's not like just 4 people are accepting and other 100 people are saying we don't want it to accept. Second thing should be, you need to conduct extensive research whenever you are doing it. Second thing is, you need to make sure, now let you know one thing. Okay, how many you have anyone in your family, anyone of you have lawyers in your family? Anyone of you know any lawyer, or anyone have ever seen a law book? Anyone you have ever seen a law book? Okay, I will tell you uh, what is this law, because one of my brother, I have 2 elder brothers, one is lawyer. So what I have seen in his book, because I was very interested whenever he study, I definitely ask him a lot of laws. So what he has a full library full of just law books. If you, even if we see the amount of book he has, once any law person has, that is immense. Now what happens? Let's suppose, even if there is a single act, in single act they interpret so many things, they provide so many appendix. Appendix means if this situation is that, you can do this. If there is situation, you can do this. Definitely that much deep boarding no one has in IFRS standards. So what are these appendix? These appendix provide you a solution. If something this is happening, what should be your next step? This is what appendix. Next thing is, definitely they have interpretation as well. You have that what things are not acceptable, what is acceptable, how you can implement, or how you can guide yourself. Everything is given in under different law. You know itself, law is such a big topic, and everyone has expertise. That one is a property lawyer, one is your divorce lawyer, one is your company lawyer, one is your criminal lawyer. Like this, there are different branches. Correct. One is just tax lawyer, who just file GST and everything. That is also can be done by not just your lawyer can also do that. So what is this? This again IFRS thing only, na? Clear? Any doubts still here?
Ma'am,
Okay. I am asking everyone. Can you please, if you don't have right, can you till here, if you don't have any doubts, can you just write N in the chat box? I'm not even asking you to write full no.
ma'am.
Yes, Akshay?
So, ma'am, means, ma'am, in ma'am IFRS standard, there are no appendix there.
No appendix are given, but not a C. I will tell you, appendix are generally for the companies whosoever is applying. And IFRS are not that board. They have given the calculation that how you should do, and this does not happen. Generally, everything otherwise that is generally accountably be acceptable. Now, what happens in law? Every company, every country has their different law. Yes or no? In India, what happens if there is a court case going on? I will tell you that takes years to resolve. That's a scenario. Whenever I see my brother's cases, I feel shocked that someone's case is going from 20 years back. That person is changing lawyer. So many things are happening. 20 years long case. That's a very big thing. If
Yes, ma'am.
something that happens in any European country or somewhere, na, that's not the case. Got it? That's why there are so many appendix are given there.
Okay, ma'am.
Now, next goes to next topic, that is general purpose financial statement. This is not important topics. That's why I'm explaining you like this. You should know how you prepare IFRS standard from from general perspective also. This is nothing. Whatever we have studied. I am gonna explain you that only again with different thing. That's why now see what happens. General purpose financial statements is like, for example, you know very well, there is a IFRS standard. Let's suppose IFRS 9 is there, that is financial instruments. Financial instrument means if company has investment in shares and bond, how they should record it. Correct. Same way you have IFRS 60, IAS 16, that is for property, plant and equipment, how you should record your tangible non-current assets. I will not say intangible. For intangible non-current assets, you have IAS 38. So what is this? You have for every purpose, there is a generally accepted principle that they have made. That is what they are talking about here. Nothing they have just given with so many examples that definitely, now you know one thing. Some organization claims that we are non-profit organization. Do you think actually they are non-for-profit organization? Tell me. No, there is no. How many schools claims to have non-for-profit organization? Okay, I will tell you one thing. I was conducting a research. I was just looking after it. There is a. I forget the name actually. I was just looking at it. There is one school in Mumbai. I don't know the name. That is ICSC school. I just know that. Okay. Now what happens under that? You know, that school has 10 lakh rupees per annum fees. Do you think that is reasonable? That school is non-for-profit. Even if these schools are running ACs, how will 10 lakh rupees a single person will have electricity cost or teachers cost? Even they have definitely their, if you look at teachers pay scale is high, still 10 lakh is too much. Correct. So now whosoever school, I will give you example of my school itself. In my school, there was 9 sections for every class. Yes, that big was my school. We were having lift in the schools, but not the ACs in the classes. They used to charge in every class. There were 50 students, and that was best school in my area. The second thing was they used to charge us 8,000 per month. And do you think they pay that much to teacher? They have more than 7-8,000 students. How much money they are making? Just imagine a scenario. So nothing is there such like profit oriented or something. So same way what happens, you know yourself, there are a business, different businesses. Correct. Now, if someone is saying we are non-for-profit organization, correct. So there are standards for small, medium entities also. There are standards for non-for-profit organization, how should record. So these are what? That is what they are talking about for every purpose of financial statement. If any organization is profit oriented, if any is non-profit organization, any is government entity, how they should prepare, every standard exists. Clear? You
Yeah.
can read these things after class one's theory. Any doubt till here? No, okay. Pranav, do you have any doubts? You are quiet from a long time.
No, ma'am. I mean, like I was reading this PDF lines and I was listening to explanation, so it is very easy for me to get things grasped. So I was doing like that.
Yeah, please see. One thing I would say, Pranav, these chapters are for basic understanding. You should have. You are a ACCA student. Your foundation should be strong. Why I am explaining this much in depth? You know, when you appear for interview, they ask so layman questions now. And whosoever just prepare from a perspective that I need to clear exam. Oh, this will have just 6 marks. Let's leave it. Okay, you can leave. Don't do questions, but at least have a basic understanding. Foundation is also required. Got it. Now, next thing is uses of IFRS accounting standards. Definitely the first uses that is adopted by international, matlab every national requirement. National requirement is now, let's suppose there is any IFRS standard that is prepared in such a manner that is contradictory to national laws. Will you accept it? No, you will not accept, because ultimately, if I am part of India, okay, up in India, what is this? Individual teachers are also required to pay GST. Okay, individual teachers are also required to pay the GST whatever they're earning. So now I am based out of India. I need to follow the rules and regulations. Correct? Now that cannot be a situation now that I am not following rules and regulation. I'm doing whatever I wanted to do. No, it can never be a situation. Correct. So same way, An IFRS accounting standard that should be accepted. I was talking about that it is a standard that is acceptable worldwide. Now, if that is standard, that's why you understand the different countries' national laws or rules and regulation. Why you understand it? So that they don't contradict with their national regulation. Second thing is used as an international benchmark for countries formulating their own standards. Now, let's suppose even if any country is trying to formulate their standards, they can definitely refer to IFRS standards and they can know. Okay, I have a doubt. Can countries adopt some IFRS, reject some IFRS, so they should adopt it as all? Either they need to adopt it as a whole, otherwise, no. Because you need to prepare your account in one. Now, if you're preparing accounting following Indian accounting standard, you should follow Indian. How you can prepare how Indian, half IFRS, that is not acceptable. Now, next thing was, now you know one thing. I have already given this example. If financial statements are prepared in according to IFRS, you know very well IFRS same. If I ask you to compare 10 companies from 10 different reasons, it will be easy for you. That's become a benchmark. Next thing is that you know very well IFRS standard should be employed by regulatory bodies and business. What does this means is it should be adopted by regulatory bodies. Regulatory bodies means countries rules and regulation, not nation rules and regulation. Next thing is business. Businesses are adopting it. Both should be acceptable. The next thing is that your multinational corporation MNCs, what they will have if they are preparing according to IFRS standards, they will have a access to international capital markets or also international investors because they will be easily able to understand it. Now, tell me one thing. Let's suppose Abhishek has planned to invest in UAE and he is not aware of UAE laws and regulation, but UAE country prepares financial statements according to their laws. Abhishek will not be able to make a good decision whether to invest or not. If it is prepared by IFRS and he knows it, he can easily make a decision. Clear? Any doubts still here?
Diksha, I mean, just one doubt. I mean, according to you, what is the major difference between UK and US accounting standards or else policy? UK has IFRS and US has a gap, I guess, right?
Correct.
So I mean,
I would tell you the major accounting differences are nothing. They have certain differentiation. First is depreciation, recording of depreciation. I told you that in straight line, what you do is that is acceptable by every company that you deduct the scrap value and you divide it by the number of years. But this is not the case with US.
okay. So
Like this, you have small amendments.
so majorly, if I can say, I mean, 80 to 90% of them would be same, but the 10% differentiations would be in
Correct.
certain
And now tell
topics.
me one thing. Asset meanings, liability meanings across the globe is same. If
Yeah.
someone is saying hello, that does not mean different. Correct.
Okay. Now I
So,
got a
and
clarity.
you would understand whosoever is from India living abroad. I have never been to abroad, but I have interacted with a lot of people from students from Canada and everywhere. They always tell me one thing: there is a cultural difference. But when it comes to for the persons, if they comes to preparation of financial statements and everything, that is almost same because revenue you cannot write revenue something else, right? Same
Yeah.
way, something everything is different, same. Certain changes are there. I am
Okay.
not aware much about US. You see, I have done in USCMA. There was no so much about something. There was variance chapter that is in your ACCA as well. Everything was same. You will not even believe I just studied for 1 week and I appeared for the exam and cleared with out of 500. I cleared with 470 plus. That was the situation. So same thing is that where there are certain amendments that you should know when you are if you are studying CAP. Otherwise, 90% things, I would say 90, even more than 90% things are same. Clear?
Okay. Got it. Yeah. Thank you.
Now, next thing is benefits of IFRS accounting standards. Who will tell me what do you think so are the benefits? That is advantages only. We don't need to study again. What do you think so?
It gives us more transparency while preparing the financial statement.
Correct.
We are talking about plus points of IFRS, right?
Yeah, benefits. What do you think are benefits of IA? You don't need to learn just bookish language. They have given 2 points. They can be
Yeah,
100
because
also, no?
yeah, because as we already discussed, like it's an international model, so it provides single framework for framework that every company needs to follow. So there will be a consistency.
Yeah,
S- yeah,
there can be
and
comparability. There
it
can be
also
transparency.
And
Yes,
worldwide
exactly
applicable also.
exactly, and it also
very good
ma'am,
critical.
it reduces our training cost and time, as we already discussed.
Yeah, they
Because
are the
if there are
benefits.
multiple,
Def- And also, you know one
yeah,
thing,
and
IFRS are, I'm not telling me one thing. Let's suppose Abhishek, you are doing ACCA. Now you guys know PwC Luxembourg is hiring ACCA out of India. And they are okay even if someone has 2 years of experience. So why they are hiring if someone has worked in India? Because they know they have worked on over IFRS area or something. You can work in any country.
correct.
Correct. Now currently PwC is Luxembourg is doing massive hiring. Massive hiring. When I say massive, they means they are hiring more than 2,000 candidates. Now definitely that's a massive hiring. So now if you have worked in India, let's suppose you were following Indian practices and I ask you to go and do a job in abroad, you cannot do it. That's all are the benefits now.
Yes, correct.
Don't do anything mug up. I am telling again. Next you have is ISSP. I've already explained you ISP means it is providing an interpretation which accounting standards require a disclosure. If let's suppose you have prepared a financial statement and you showed me the depreciation calculation. If I am unable to find out whether it's written down or straight line, how will I know? If you have made a disclosure, I can easily understand. Same with there are certain disclosures with related parties, IAS 24. You will study further, then you will understand that so many IAS standards require certain disclosures. That is what ISSB look after the sustainability disclosure. Sustainability disclosure means that is providing sustainable enough information to make a comment over it. Clear? I have already discussed all these things. Any doubts? Okay. Now there is one more thing that IASSB, International Sustainability Standard Board. Yes, Abhishek, you are saying something.
No, I already gave my points.
Okay. So there is one more thing that your ISSB, International Sustainability Standard Board, they are responsible for the technical aspects. Technical aspects means if any standards require any authority or any advanced thing. Advanced means let's suppose that requires advanced disclosures. There is one thing IAIS 24 that I will teach you, but later on, which says that you need to disclose the related party things in the disclosure to the financial statement so that a company can change there is no window dressing, no fraudulent activities take place. So who is responsible for this? Your ISSB is body responsible for it that every standard has a enough disclosure. Clear? Your chapter ends here. Any doubts anybody is having in chapter number 1? It took so much time. I was not expecting it will take this much time. I am giving you 1 minute. I am not asking you to read. Just look at the heading of the topics. If you have any doubt, you can ask me. Otherwise, I will start with the second chapter. Otherwise, syllabus will not be completed. We need to hurry up.
Hello, Diksha ma'am. Am I
Yeah.
audible?
Yes, yes, please go ahead.
Ma'am, sorry, I have a question out of the syllabus, but so ma'am, I'm asking about the class timings, like start with 7 a.m. It's too early for me as I'm doing
See,
night shift.
Rajesh, I will tell you one thing. I know it's early for so many people. Do you think so? See, I will tell you one thing. Even it's early. There are certain benefits over it. You know, it's 11 a.m. right now, 11:10. After at 12 p, I feel I will say we all become in the afternoon a little bit less energetic because the weather is too hot. Even if it would have been winter, I can understand that you are unable to wake up. But in summers, that cannot be a situation. In
Yeah, ma'am.
winters, so I myself cannot wake up early.
Yeah, ma'am. I understand your point, but ma'am, it is 7 a.m. is too early. I think if the class start with 9 or 8:30, so we can
Do you know what will happen then? It will clash with my other class. Then what will happen? I will reduce your class timing. Then your syllabus will not be completed. You will come to me.
so ma'am. So we have any other option to attend the class? Like, is there you know the second class like in the evening or something?
See, Rajesh, that is not possible. Changes of time is not possible for any time. I will say to everyone, you need to manage a little. Everyone needs to manage it.
Okay, ma'am. This is all my concern. Okay.
I will tell. The only thing that I can do is definitely I can do just one thing I asked you, that see in 7 from 7 to 7:15 p.m. definitely for 7 a.m. 10-15 minutes I will do always a revision of what we have covered in the last class. You join by 7:10, 7:15 and watch 20-30 minutes recording. That is only you can do. But if you miss something and you ask me to repeat again and again in the class, that is definitely not possible. If someone 10 students are joining every 10 minutes late, imagine a scenario. And see, it's a matter of, I know Saturday, Sunday, everyone wants to sleep. I am not saying that situation. Someone of you is doing UK shift, someone is doing something. Right, I accept it. But the only thing that you need to understand is studies require certain adjustment from your end as well. The only adjustment that I can provide is yes, you will be having the recording available. Why will not be it available? 100% backup classes you get.
Yeah, ma'am. So yes, so recordings are available for us, right?
But I will tell you one thing, Rajesh. Recordings are not as fruitful as live classes. There are three reasons behind it. One, definitely, why you woke up at 5 a.m. to attend the classes, Rahul? Okay, you are attending from Dubai. You can okay, 5:30 will be your timings then. Okay. So then you need to wake up at least 30 minutes.
Yeah, ma'am. Actually, yeah, we know that the classes are important, and as we are doing
Yeah, I will tell
that.
you three reasons. Just the first one is definitely what happens in recordings. Now you will watch it at 2x or 3x. Correct? That becomes a little bit late. Second thing is, sorry, that doesn't become. And second thing will be when you are solving question, you cannot ask me what you have done in Excel. You will not be able to learn it. And the third will be definitely if you will ask me daily 100 doubts, no one can solve. Even if you ask me daily 3 doubts, I can solve. 5 doubts, I can solve. And definitely, if you are just watching a recording, trust me, you will have after every class at least 20-30 doubts in your mind. That is not fruitful. Okay,
Yeah,
so
yeah, I know, ma'am.
your recordings will be available by maximum by evening. Maximum.
Okay, okay, ma'am. No issue. But yeah, as the study can we do with the fresh minds? So that's why I'm asking about the timings because I
See,
think
I
man.
told you guys it will clash with my other batch. Right. Correct. And
I think
definitely, I cannot reduce any batch timings. You yourself ask me ma'am, when you will complete the syllabus. Even if I say let's do 8 to 11 or 11:30, do you think that will be enough? Even 1 hour less cost something. Not for me, for you. We should always say that teach us more, not less.
okay, ma'am. No issue.
No, that is not a case, Akshita. The only thing that is consolidation is there is little bit concepts about consolidation in FC. Anyway, I will repeat again. I know there are so many exemption students. I will teach everything in that detail. Got it? I will teach everything whenever you will be teaching everything. I will be teaching everything in to detail because I know there are 50% of the more than 50% of the majority is from exemption. You guys are writing first exam. You will not have a basic understanding. That is my responsibility to clear your doubts or basic. Now let's study about conceptual framework in detail. Now see, what is conceptual frame? The purpose of your conceptual framework for financial reporting is to first of all assess your IASP. IASP means, what is the full form of IASP? Who will tell me?
International Accounting Standards Board.
Correct. International Accounting Standard Code. Now see, we are talking about from almost 3 hours, three more than 3 hours, 4 hours. What are your IFRS? So what happens in IFRS? A conceptual framework. First of all, they assist your ISP in developing the IFRS standard. When I say assessment, I means they talk about the consistency principle, how you should follow the rules and regulation that have a consistent concept. I'm not telling me one thing, if IFRS standards start amending every month or every year, it is a good to study then.
Mm,
No, correct. It's not, no, the second thing will be definitely now we have already talked about your IFRS thing. The next thing will be definitely its provider ads. Ads means a helping hand whenever you are prepared, whenever you are trying to establish a uniformity. Now let's take an example. Um, okay, in a school, why uniforms are there?
So that it shows all the students are equal irrespective of the domains or else whichever whatever
From
the
their
background they
financial
come,
conditions, right?
the background which they come. Yeah.
Correct. So same thing happens here. What happens is, I will tell you one thing, that in your conceptual framework things, the first purpose that you have is you are preparing or you are developing your IFR standard first of all on consistent basis. Next thing is uniformity. Uniformity means your consistency principle is saying something, your prudence principle is saying something, and they are both are contradictory. That is not acceptable. It should have uniformity across the whole accounting process, not just with one principle or two principle. It should have across the accounting process. Clear? Next thing also, it enhance the understanding. Why conceptual framework can help you understanding the standards. I have already discussed that conceptual framework are backbone of certain rules and regulation. Rules and regulation means you need to follow something as something. Because in conceptual framework only you have IFRS standards which tell you which accounting treatment should be done in what manner. Yes or no? Yes. So in the same manner, what happens is your purpose is to ensure that whenever you are preparing the financial statements, they have uniformity, they have consistency, and the third thing, you are able to understand them. Understand that conceptual framework tell you how to apply them. Clear or no? Now, principles and rules. I already told you. Rules are rigid. If I tell you that, let's suppose the first rule is if for office persons, you cannot log in late. Is it acceptable that you can log in late?
no.
No.
Correct. So definitely you cannot have log in late. They are rules. Principles means they are having a certain flexibility. Certain flexibility for sure. If you have a doubt data, whether your company is not a going concern. Going concern means that you know that you are going to run your operations for the unforeseeable future. Unforeseeable feature means you are having no doubts over the running of the business for next 12 months, correct, or in the coming future. If you are having a doubt, you have an option to prepare according to breakup basis. But if something like this flexibility is not given you, then you will be in a dilemma what to do next. That is what principles provide. Clear? Any doubts? Now, the next thing that you have is, wait a second, what is this? Yeah. The next thing that you have is, I have already discussed with you, principles means a little bit flexibilityness and rules are rigid. Means you need to apply them as it is. Now, the next thing that you have is that you know very well that your principles. Principles means you have a lot of principles. Principles over everything, even from depreciation method to from revenue recording to accounts finalization. There are so many accounting principles. So definitely principles required creativity when you are applying. Creativity means you are able to understand, you are able to interpret it, you are able to do the calculations. So definitely there is a little bit complexity over there. And the biggest complexity that everyone faces over taxes in these areas, where there you need to know about your local rules and regulation as well. Ultimately, you know how to do IFRS, how to record taxes according to IFRS. But if you don't know under which tax slab your company is following, because you need to ultimately for the compliance part. Compliance means you're filing DSC for your directors or preparing financial statements. Certain things need to be followed according to national law only. If you don't have a combination of both, can you do that? No. That's the complexity arise in principles. Clear?
Yes, it is.
Now, the next thing. That is, you know what are financial statements. Do I need to tell you about balance sheet, income statement, that is known as P&L, changes in equity, cash flow? You know these things? Yes or no?
Yes, yes, we know.
Basic. Again, this is having issues. And what is next? Now, what is users and their information? Okay, tell me one thing. Let's suppose Hardik is a vendor for any XYZ company. What information is relevant for Hardik? What things he will look after?
Whether I'll receive timely payments or not.
Correct. Absolutely. For you, timely payment matters a lot. Next thing. Next thing.
Will
I
the
am
company
talking
be
about.
long?
See, I am saying, let's suppose Hardik is a vendor. If Hardik is a vendor, for him the relevant information will be for sure. Whether company is a going concern, whether company has a good finances, is in a good position to pay him on time. Correct or no? If let's suppose I am working with any XYZ company, I know they don't have a good background, they may delay a payment a lot. I will be working them in the future? No. For customers, it will be the quality of the product. Is nowadays, we as a Gen Z, we love sustainability things. At least me, we love planting and everything. So what is this? Definitely, as a customer, when I know that some product is not going to harm my environment, I will have a little bit biasness towards that. Correct? So your customers needs an information like whether business will continue in future or no. Because ultimately, if business is not going to continue, they will not receive the quality goods or services. What is the price? What is the quality? What will be the investors' information? What investors need information?
The return on investment.
Correct. About the risk and return investment. For example, I am an investor. I need to know how much return I can expect from any XYZ business. Also, I can talk about the advisory part.
Is it a long-term company or a short-term? Means long-term gains or short-term gains will be there.
That can be one thing. Next.
Life of the investment.
Yeah, that can be definitely like of the investment.
How much risk is involved in it?
Correct your according to risk factor, your return will be decided. Same for employees. Employees need stability. If I know that company is going to shut down tomorrow, why will I work with that company? Second, I need to know about the increment part also. Everyone needs increment in their life. Next thing is definitely what are the retirement benefits? There is any opportunity within the company to have a promotion? All these things will matter to you. For suppliers, yes, Ritika, please ask me a doubt.
Ma'am, I don't have any doubt if like investor will pay before the time, so will I get any additional interest or like this?
No. Tell me one thing. Let's suppose you have taken a loan from any friend and family and you told him that you will be paying in 5 years. You paid in 3 years. Will you pay extra 2 years interest?
No, like before will get any benefit just to pay before the timeline.
See it all. Oh,
Will get any kind of discount just to pay early.
that's not a case. Now see, I will tell you one thing that you might have heard about cash discount in the business. You might have done questions of general accounting in 11th and 12th standards. What happens if you pay to your lenders or you pay to your suppliers, they give you 2% cash discount, 5% if you've given it within a time frame. That situation happens in every kind of company. And you know why it happens? Because their cash blockage is improving now. Getting it?
Yes, yes.
Now, for government, what is the important information in any company?
The profit which the company is earning, and on the basis of that, the taxation policies, and whether the company is following the rules and regulations while preparing its financial statements or not.
Definitely, that will be a situation. Very good. Now, see, I will tell you one more thing. One more thing has happened in company. Generally, government has a high income for from these companies only. Just imagine the amount of tax Mukesh Ambani will pay on his income or his company. They have immense amount of money. They have just spent 1,000 crores on pre-wedding. Don't you think they will be paying? So for us, even if we are paying a few thousand or few lakhs of taxes, do you think they definitely we need to pay? That's even does not make any sense for them. That's make a anyways dot dots make a or you can say drop makes a lake or whatever you wanted to say. Correct. So same way, government is very much interested knowing your profit so that they can have a taxes. Also resources, what will be the general public responsible? Why general public will be interested in your
The CSR initiatives being taken by the company.
business? Correct. General public will be expected. Now tell me one thing, you are ultimately using the resources of the society. Just imagine a wood manufacturing, plywood making factory. Ultimately, they cut down the trees from the environment only. You will be interested in knowing whether they are replanting the trees. Are they doing something for the environment? General public will
And
be responsible over. Yeah?
and will journal public include social benefit to the society also?
Yeah, it includes.
Okay.
Okay. Now let's do one thing. We will wrap up our class today here. I want you to revise it. Today literally we need to tomorrow we will anyways accurate and everything, but I will go through it with examples and everything. This will be a revision part as well about whatever the accounting policies are there, whatever the advantages. Tomorrow we will try to cover these next two chapters. For sure, it will be completed. That is not much. We will try to cover along with that accounting policies and IFRS 15, not even questions, at least theory part. Clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Make sure to not miss any class. I want to say make sure nobody is missing any class, otherwise I will not be responsible if you are not understanding. And see, sometimes this can be a situation that you are sick or you have to go somewhere. That is definitely that can be a situation where you are unable to attend it. That I can say obviously that is acceptable. You watch your yes, you will get Janani for sure. You will get on your VG learning portal. I think so many of you have just joined the group. Anyone is left? Richa, still you are left. The I can say already 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Almost 12, 13 people are more added. Okay, Akshita and Richa. Can you please message Sandeep or whosoever is your coordinator? Aman, you will have a access to the recording. Watch recording on that day and ask your doubts to me. I have given you guys full-fledged opportunity to ask me doubts over the WhatsApp. You will not have doubts that much when you will start solving practical questions from tomorrow. When you will be doing practice tomorrow at your home. For sure you will come to me tomorrow saying, "Ma'am, I have these 10," or then you will start messaging me how you have done this calculation, or you can apply the formula over Excel, whosoever is be. I will give you Mayank tomorrow study plan, whosoever needs it. Because tomorrow I will create drive as well. Na? There I will create I upload the study plan. I will prepare today night once I get free. My weekends are generally very packed up. I don't even have a single hours to. So, but I will make sure I do it today night. I prepare it so that I can share with you guys tomorrow. A good study plan. Anything else anybody want to say before we wrap up the class? I would say thank you so much, guys, for joining it. Make sure you guys are joining class tomorrow also on time. And I know many of you have issues with morning time, but please adjust for this quarter. I promise you will not regret taking classes from me. Okay, then. Thank you, guys.
Thanks,
Thank
Diksha.
you, ma'am.
Yes,
Thank you,
whosoever is
ma'am.
out, please
Thank
say.
you, ma'am.
No, you will be provided with the link for tomorrow's class today in the group.
Uh, and ma'am, I wanted to ask that, please, ma'am, confirm, ma'am, that which book will be there
Yeah,
finally.
definitely. See, I will confirm these things. I know I have to do three things today. One is to create a drive, and tomorrow make sure everyone's file is over it. Second one is to confirm about the books part. Third one is to about your plan. Recorded classes part you will be having on your portal. You can definitely connect with your coordinator. He or she will guide you for it.
Okay, ma'am. Thank
Okay.
you, ma'am.
Okay, then bye guys. Have a nice day.